Hi, Papaya. How are you guys doing? I see you guys are here for the best day ever. Clearly, the Sapphic Sunday, best day ever. How are you doing this lovely day?
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to
Good
you.
morning, Possum. How are you? How has your day been? Hope it's been well. My day's been pretty uneventful so far. Nothing interesting has happened yet. Um. Uh. How? I totally didn't almost stay up till 3. Watching someone do art and talking about Amori. Totally to do that. Totally to do that. I like how there's no music. There's no. It's been a whole year since I played this game. Wait, I can't believe it's been a year since I played it. I like how there's no menu music at all. It's just pitch silence, just the clicking sounds in the cursor menu. It's absolutely quiet. No sound at all for this segment of the menu. It's a tad and something. Uh, a lot has happened. I did play this. I played this like a whole year ago. It's been a whole year. It's been over a year. Like over a year by a few days. It's surprising. I was surprised. Like, wait, when did I last play this? Folks, when I played this, wow, it will have been exact like just over a year, like a few days. And as you know, as you probably guessed, this is the game that won the poll I posted in the Squeakers Discord. 3 votes for this one game. Who was the Red Queen? It was pretty a lot happened last time I played this. It was fun. Enjoyed it. Good story. Very cute. Nothing dark at all. It's a very normal, not horror game. Ignore the tags of the game. Finally. Um. Borealis. Yep, Borealis. And who was the Red Queen? I don't. I have not the foggiest idea who the Wed Queen. The Wed Queen. The Wed Queen. Ignore the blood splatters on the title. Ignore that. Nothing to look at there. Ignore these blood splatters. Like, go over this and ignore. Ignore these. Really not. These are very normal same file icons actually. Ignore this red save file in chapter 3. Who the Wed Queen? Who the Wed Queen? That's a good question. How about we go start the game and find out, Possum? I totally don't know the answer already. Totally didn't know the answer already. Make sure the audio is good. I think we're good on audio. Go check everything else is working. Good, we're good. I descended through the starry sky. My long blonde hair and red cape flew wildly as I looked to the ground below me with my blue eyes. Falling. I was falling down this rabbit hole with no start nor end. I was falling. Where had I gone? Where could I go? As if I were forgetting something very important. I fell down and down through a sparkling, shiny darkness. Too bright to be dark. Too dark to be bright. I must have been chasing after someone. After something. Like a girl whose curiosity was piqued by a rabbit with a watch. I was falling down again. This endless well seems to lead everywhere, yet nowhere at once. Either the hole extended very deep, or I descended very slow. Was I truly even going downward? Perhaps this was all a dream, a fever dream, Or in more words, a fantasy that would be as soon forgotten as it was had. I held just one certainty. I was Alice. Alice was me. Now then, just how long was I supposed to keep falling? The air brushed past my fingers, my cloak ruffling upward, a quiet, humming breeze caressed my cheek. As if I could hear someone's voice, a pleasant voice, a woman's voice. I strained my ears for whispers in the wind. Alice, what a time for madness, without a bit of fear or vertigo. Should you not have focused on topics more pressing? Like the darkness, or the light, or how you couldn't awaken from this dream. But even now, you were just falling. What does it matter? With a thump, I came upon soft grass and the fall was over. Not a bit hurt, I forced myself to my feet. Up above my head, the firmament, whence I fell, had not a tear in its blue canvas. Down about my eyes, only unfamiliar surrounded me. I started on an exploratory stroll. Soon I stumbled upon a rabbit who looked like a girl, or a girl who looked like a rabbit. Perhaps the correct answer was that she was both a girl and a rabbit.
She had white hair and floppy rabbit ears, pale skin and purple eyes. Her hair was tied into two low ponytails by a white ribbon, a cloak pin adorning her bangs. She wore gloves, an oversized blue coat with golden accents, and a red vest over a dress shirt tied with black ribbon. She also had khaki pants tucked into boots. She looked quite scared as she stood in the forest clearing. She was even holding her hands on her chest.
Not thinking much longer at the species of the rabbit before me, I called out to her. Excuse me.
Going after her caused her to jump.
Where was this place? Why was I here? How could I leave? How could I return home? I thought of what to ask her, but she recognized me as soon as I spoke. So my questions were lost in my mouth, unasked.
She looked at me with troubled eyes.
Alice? White rabbit? Have you seen Her Majesty? Do you know where she's gone? Where did she go? Her Majesty, the White Queen. She must take a vacation of sorts. Only wish that she could have left this little rabbit alone. I'm a little bit headache. The land can't run without its queen.
Then took on a distracted look.
Please let me know if you catch sight of her. I nodded. Who is this Red Queen? Who this Red Queen was, I had no clue. But a tingling deja vu. Still, my acceptance of the request, I let the White Rabbit breathe out a sigh of relief. Just as I prepared to pose my own questions, she straightened her back in surprise. I'm afraid I have to go. I'm going to be late. The White Rabbit dashed off. Bruno, why? What was that for, Bruno? What's the thing of me, Why? What was that for, Bruno? Bruno fails to get a 20. The best clip. Thanks for the 100 pause from the posture check. This is for you. Yes, Bruno fails to get a W. Wow, what a great clip this is. What a great clip this is indeed. Look at that clip go. A great clip. I wish I knew why this is happening. My only assumption is the fact that I'm using 1,000 different browser sources at the same time. Why is this actually happening though? Is it all my browser sources? Question mark? That'd be annoying. Have a shut down when not visible, refresh browser when active. Why is there no sound? There is. I don't hear it though. I don't hear any sound from this thing. There is. I can't hear it though. It's weird. Where's it outputting to? Bizarre. Oh well. I like at the moment I turn off one browser source, it's like, ah, I'm gonna work now. It was the amount of browser. It is the fact that I have 1,000 browser sources open. That makes sense. Okay. That's good to know. I guess I need to lower my browser sources. I guess I can't have 1,000 of them. Who would have thought that having 1,000 browser sources would be a bad idea? Not me. That's annoying though. You're thinking better internet would have fixed that problem. I guess not. I got fiber. But it doesn't want to fit. Why is it still open? Maybe I should turn off Fuji Group when I'm known by myself. That might help. You know, that might help. Who needs this game when you just have me fixing my streams? My stream. Oh, is it because of how wide this browser source is? It's because of how wide the single browser source is. That might be why. You know, that might contribute to how what's the word? Crippling. Let me just fix this resolution of this one browser source. That might help my problem. How's your day been, Bruno? Until 7 probably. The normal time. 80. The normal amount of time. Why? Same. Nothing has happened. Nothing much has happened here. Yeah, every end of that browser, let's test it again. Let's test it again. Let's test the shoutout thing. Just fixing the resolution help.
I love you. You actually agreed to that.
There.
I turn this browser's off. Is it gonna start working again? It is.
Your strength is the same as Van Gogh. If I told me that you're not broken.
No, I'm just saying that, you know, like he used to be not broken when he first got released.
Who?
But like, you know, no, Akasa. He used to be
he's always been terrible.
No, not always.
Yes, he's always.
Oh.
What? I swear to God that landed.
That did not land. That did not land. You
I
saw
swear
that.
to God that landed. Wait. You better.
The moment I turned
I'm
off
watching
a thing,
play.
And
Why is the why is
what did you
emote?
do?
Why is a single browser source just crippling everything? Oh, it's a Streamlab widget. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Or I could just continue making the resolution smaller. Of this one thing. Can I see more resolution types, please? I want to see more resolution. Can I have smaller resolutions? Do you have smaller resolution ratios? Okay, you do that. Don't die. It's recommended. 480p is 720 by 480. Cool. Is that gonna work properly
Worried it
now?
would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl.
It froze again. Turn this off. It's gonna start working again.
Becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend.
Okay, you know what? We're not gonna have
They
emotes
live
floating on the
happily
screen,
ever
I guess.
after.
I guess that's impossible. Having emotes float on the screen is just not a possibility. Wait a minute. Oh. Wait a fucking minute. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I guess the one browser source. Wait a minute. Wait, it's double me. It's double me. Wait a gosh darn minute. Hello me. And it's just gonna be the whole clip because that's I was the whole clip. Wait, it's gonna be the whole last clip. The whole clip. Nothing. The whole clip's gonna be playing last one. Whole clip is playing on that. I like playing them out of order. It's great because I missed that completely the first time I played this. Yep. I should have missed that. Wait, what the fuck? I sure missed that. What the fuck? Hey, yo, Pasta, what the fuck? Yo, Pasta,
Hey,
the
yo,
fuck
wait
is
a
that
minute.
emote? Yeah, that's an emote. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, so apparently, what the singular browser source was crippling my shout out. The Streamlabs browser source was crippling my my fucking shout out browser source. Who would have thought that was what happened? Not me. Who would have thought that a single thing would destroy the world? Like the fuck? That's good to know. I guess I'm not gonna have the emotes playing on the screen now. That's sad, but okay, that's fair. That's fine. Emotes get shown on the screen anyways with the giant chat. Anyways, let's back to the game. Let's get back to the video game that you're all here for. Yup. Boy Rabbit dashed off. I want to ask some questions. Never mind that. Follow her, Alice. Why am I talking in third person? Although I chased after her, with only a moment's pause when I turned a corner, she was nowhere to be seen. There's only a force path before me. I found myself in a garden, meticulously kept. There was a large white gazebo in the center with a table and chairs for tea. Tailing the rabbit, I barely dashed a few paces. I hadn't realized such a place was so close by. Rather, I hadn't realized I had run that far. A conjecture took my mind that this world I fell into was a magical place, one with paths that pointed in one way but twisted to another. And that's a dumb idea. What an explanation! Much more far-fetched than me just not knowing where I was running. Moving layers. I took a moment to catch my breath. Glancing around, I began my walk around the garden. Flowers and greenery all around, but not a person in sight. This place was beautiful. I wanted to meet the person who made it. Not quite a gardening person myself, I still appreciated a pretty place, and felt a swelling excitement to explore what sights could be seen. A reminder of reality then dampened my joyful curiosity. I wanted some answers, a way out, and back home. As pleasant as dreams were, one had to be able to awaken from them before they turned into nightmares. Whether this was a dream or reality had still yet to be seen. Step, I walked around, hop, I peered over the bushes. Soon enough, I discovered the heart of the garden, where one might sit for tea. I spotted a white-haired girl in the garden. To amend my previous thoughts, wouldn't it be right to say that I rather also appreciated a pretty person? Her hair was long and reached her shoulders, her skin pale, yet in her eyes a light purple. She was also adorned with a regal blue and white dress that was so long it hid her feet. Her expression was quite distant and calm. I noticed bandages wrapped around her right hand, which were gently clasped over her left in front of her. Frivolous thoughts flew from my mind as our eyes met. Her gaze seemed to beckon me over, so over I went to speak with her. She opened her mouth to speak. Are you enjoying the garden? The garden is beautiful. The gardener will be happy to hear it from you. However, if you have come here now, you should be searching for something. We should first introduce ourselves. She gave me a sad smile. I am the White Queen. Just like with the rabbit, for reasons unclear to me, I already knew who she was. Here, that should be as good as a name. Your Majesty, my name is Alice. She frowns. Don't stand so ceremoniously, Alice. I am not someone you need to speak with practically respectfully. Welcome to my garden in Wonderland. That sad smile returned to her face. Wonderland, I taste the word with my tongue. I can't remember why or how I'm here. Not this garden, but Wonderland. Once again, she frowns. I was falling, and I couldn't remember why I was falling. I was simply falling until I fell no more. I'm sure I've forgotten something very important. That pained smile returned. You needn't force yourself to remember. Some things are better left forgotten. Perhaps it was fated for you to come here. Perhaps something is missing that you must find. This world must appear like a place of dreams. You should find the Red Queen. The missing queen whom the White Rabbit mentioned was the Red Queen. Then came a troubled look. I waited for the White Queen to continue. She hesitated to speak She hesitated to speak of the Red Queen, as if the elusive royal would appear like a ghost behind her as she spoke. I tried to imagine what sort of person the Red Queen was. She will let you return to your own reality. When you meet her, you should be able to find all the answers you are seeking for. As for where she is, that is for you to discover. Do you dislike her? You missed it. You missed it, Olivia. It's a real shame you'll never see it ever again. At first she paused, she pursed her lips as if trouble again. Then came that same somber smile. That's a difficult question, Alice. So she's like that? I regret giving Alice this voice. It's really tiring on me. Fuck. I'll let you judge the Red Queen. You might learn something new about her, about yourself. Shall I head off to find her now? Her face lit up a bit. Why not stay for some tea? Of course I'd love to, but it's not quite afternoon tea time yet. She smiled, this time more happier. At a later time, then. Certainly to have some tea outside and tea time wouldn't do. That smile softened to a fond one as she lowered her lids. I won't keep you for too much longer, Alice. I'm sure you will be able to find that person soon enough. Until later. Later. I waved goodbye to the White Queen and departed for her garden. From her garden, glancing back, I saw her gaze lingering upon me. That poor smile of hers had turned somber again. I stepped onto a twisting path in the forest. I didn't know what way to go to find the elusive Red Queen. Turning left and right. To find a queen, I thought to seek a castle. However, the rabbit said that the queen was missing. So unless the rabbit had also forgotten something very important, the queen shouldn't have been at the castle. The Red Queen, she seemed like a troubling person. The way the White Queen's face froze, tongue stuttering along at the topic of the Red Queen, made me wonder, was the latter queen a tyrant or a fool? The two at home liked to talk about kingship of the sort. To me, either or neither were fine. After all, who were the peasantry to affect the mood of a high queen? I hummed and walked along with a skip in my step. Just as I reached a rhythm in my stride, I did a little something, an animal, that threw me off my beat. I slowed to a prod, my mood a note dampened. Soon I heard the chattering of a girl a few trees along. Seeing not much civilization here in the forest, I followed the voice of the girl. Although she was chatting, I heard her voice alone. I passed by a few bushes, and soon enough, found a tea party in the middle of nowhere. At a table set before a tree sat the girl. The white cloth table was littered with all sorts of tea time things. From a tower of cookies and cupcakes, a rubber duck, and a cake with knives in it. Pitchers with dozens of tea tags and stacks of dishes. In the center, there even laid a green vase with a dead, plucked apart red rose beside it. Some petals sat in the water. The girl had long pink hair with uneven side bangs, pale skin, one first eye red, Second, yellow. A smile was on her features as contrasted with her eye bags. Her outfit was just as chaotic as her table. Under her black trench coat was a loose dress shirt tied with a large purple ribbon. She also wore checkerboard purple pants and a white laced up shoes. On her gloved hands sat two hand puppets, a white hare with a yellow straw hat and a red bow tie, and a gray dormouse with a little pink flower perched in her ear. The most glaring of all was her large black top hat, wrapped haphazardly with purple ribbons, with a piece of paper taped to it. Hello there, Alice. Alice, voices. Hello there, Alice. What did you come here for? Her chatter ceased. Her mismatched eyes pierced through mine in its place. I noticed a little fang in her mouth as she opened it. Okay, I'm gonna give Alice a different voice. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die if I keep doing that voice. I don't wanna. I'd rather not die. There's no room here at the table, so don't take a seat. No room, no room. I gave a wide grin as she... I said I gave her a different voice. I said I gave Alice a different voice and proceeded to do the same voice. The girl gave a wide grin as she was wont to do frequently. In fact, it was rare to smile. It was rare the smile was wiped off her face. She moved the puppet on her hand, a sleepy mouse, into mad hair. Looking right to left, I could barely see the ends of the table, set for tea. One person in such a large space. Conversely, she almost seemed lonely. You love fangs? Like this? Like these? Like these fangs? Like those? You like fangs? I have 2 fangs. It's hard to see. Actually, I think I have 4. No, I have 2 fangs and just sharp teeth. Ah. 2 fangs. Fun fact, for some reason, also have fangs in real life. I don't know why I'm born with fangs in real life. Like, I just have 4 random sharp teeth that are just like fangs in my mouth. I don't know why. Olivia, keep your pants on. Also, 7 minutes. Keep your pants on. Just cause you like fangs doesn't mean I'm gonna take a 7-minute break for you to have some fun. There's plenty of room, Hatter. There's plenty of room, Hatter. Smell. Shrunk a bit. To make my point, I took a seat in the large armchair across from... Ignore the fact I know her name. Oh. But why? If you want, you can go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna stop you, Bum Olivia. If you want to do that, go for it. We're gonna be sad. It's up to you. I'm not gonna stop you from it. There's a minute sun routine break. Not to appreciate the fang. Not to appreciate fang. Okay. If you want to do it, go for it, Olivia. It's not, I'm not gonna. You can do whatever you want with your points, okay? To make my point, I took a seat in a large armchair across from the Hatter. Chair stunk of flowers as if to clear away the shadow of an unpleasant previous sitter. I sank back into it, comfortably. Armchair sinking. Then I kept sinking before I jolted back up with a shallow gasp. There's plenty of crowd. That's rude of you to say, Alice. Not very civil of you to sit down without being invited either. She granted me a cheeky grin and a wink. Yeah. The janky wink. There we go. But whatever. Let's just treat you as our extra guest for tomorrow. Not today? Aren't they the same? Yesterday, today, tomorrow, every day is never a day different. But since I'd rather not deal with it today, we just treat it for tomorrow. I can't read it. That's fine. It's rather. It makes sense. Dormouse and Mare, I don't mind. You mentioned 3, but I only see 1. She wrinkled the puppets in her hands as if to explain everything. 1 was herself, 2 was the first puppet, 3 was the second puppet. So we're gonna do it, Olivia, or? No? Okay. I'm scared. Alice might be blind. Her mad smile became a mad grin once more. The side effect of being Alice. Don't worry. It's the side effect of being Alice. She sneered. The pitch of her voice warped. Some other comments. She's Dormouse and he Mare Hare. She March Hare. Mare Hare. March Hare. Yes. She paused, waiting for me to greet the animal puppets. I waited. She waited. Her smile did not falter. In fact, it only widened in anticipation. The silence of the conversation bored me, so I relented to the Mad Hatter's wordless requests. I was their guest for tomorrow, so a polite guest I decided to be. Well, hello there. I need a voice. I keep hearing what I gave Alice voice like before. That wasn't redraining my lungs of air. Well, hello there. Her smile became ordinary again. Ordinary again. I guess you were stiff as well. Hello there, Rose. It seemed whenever she made the puppet talk, she often took on a more neutral expression and kept her mouth closed, like a ventriloquist. Between the puppets, I much preferred the Dormouse. If a puppet could fall asleep, she looked as if she was about to do so. I felt some pity, as that meant that March Hare would speak more. What were we talking about before? Riddle? Maybe it was this one. Why is Raven like a rain desk? Do you have an answer to that riddle? You're no fun, Alice. Relax and have some wine. There's no wine. You were invited to a tea party tomorrow, Alice. It's the obligation of the host to offer a guest to drink tea time. Maybe she was an alcoholic. How do I Can't be in a good faith to call this time of day tea time, nor can I call alcohol tea. I like how we're brushing past the fact that we know who Hatter is. And we know that that's her name. We're just gonna ignore that part. These are details. Oh, fuck you, Hatter. Oh, okay, guess there's the details then. Okay. Some butter. It'll be tea time eventually, so it's tea time now. We've having tea time. We're having tea, so it might as well be tea time, don't you think? What did you come here for anyway? Although I couldn't quite say that I had come to this tea party with a goal in mind, I figured I might as well tell her. I'm searching for the Red Queen. Her brow contorted as she took a sip of her tea. Hobbit sat down for just that moment. Dumping the tea away and rinsing out the cup, she poured herself another drink. Her mismatched eyes narrowed. Her. The Hatter placed her lips on the rim of her teacup and stared at her at me. I mean, past all 60 seconds consisting of staring before she ducked down under the table as if to find an item and popped back up again. Her expression was back to her usual state. Stay in chat for a while. I'll help you with a little something regarding Her Majesty. The Hatter poured me a cup of tea and slid it over a plate of sandwiches. The Hatter's smile became wide. The plate hurled toward me, forcing me to hurriedly grab it, lest sandwiches spill all over my lap. Luckily, the cup of tea arrived much more calmly. I took a taste, finding Earl Grey. Is it tomorrow already? At the very least, it wasn't time for afternoon tea. If I had known I would have tea now, I would have stayed a little longer to have some tea with the White Queen as well. It was not that people couldn't have tea outside afternoon tea, but it was a principle of things. If people drank tea any time of the day, they would drink it all day. People are told them to do that already. I sipped some more, enjoying the citrusy flavor of this black tea. Taste tomorrow. For yesterday, and don't you think? Well, she doesn't think. That would be rude for you to ask. She's just normal. She's just normal. Orthogonal? Orthogonal? I'm certainly sitting up quite straight. Quite gay, if you ask me. But regarding the Red Queen, do you have some news about her? I'd say that I have some business with her instead. Something to do with meat and flesh, all the other red things that a Red Queen might have to do with. Aren't you a hatter? She grinned widely. Yes. Not a butcher. Not a butcher. And your meat is made out of fat? While talking about all things unappetizing, I took a bite of a sandwich, filled with an ambiguous color. A milky sweetness melted in my mouth. I tasted some sort of fruit inside. Maybe it was mango or kiwi or strawberry. Satisfied with the pleasant sweetness, I took another sip of tea. This tea and these sandwiches are delicious. Thank you, Alice. You made them? Compliments to you, then. The Hatter grinned with a wink. Wow, this flattery. Since you're put me in a good mood, I guess we can go ahead with Her Majesty's matter. She smiled as if laughing. In fact, she's been sitting here with us this whole time. I sat up even straighter in confusion. Glancing around, I saw no queens in sight, not a human nor animal beside the two of us here. I got my headphone. Whoopsies. I dropped my earbud on the floor. Give me a minute. I'm good. We're good now. I can hear things. I had rolled a chair around over and pulled a cloth off from over the chair's holdings. Ta-da! Nausea ran out of my spine. On the chair sat a chunk of meat, dressed up in tattered human clothes. Still dripping red, the flesh seemed to ripple, undulating as if... Was it rotting? Or was it still alive? My head spun as I squinted at the thing. This thing resembled a human torso, with half a neck and chopped off limbs dolled up with what could have been fancy clothes. This was surely human flesh. I sensed an odd familiarity to the torso, but also felt as if I was looking at it from an incorrect angle. This was the torso of a regal woman. This was raw, human flesh. Is this the Red Queen? The head's eyes narrowed again, brows furrowed, but still smiling. An inappropriate question flitted across my mind. Could we consider it at sitting if it didn't have legs? I supposed yes. I thought you said you weren't a butcher, Hatter. We definitely wouldn't consider this a hat. Having just eaten, the strawberry taste in my mouth turned to a meaty texture like raw pork. I could also taste sweet, rotten fat. I swallowed. Her expression returned to normal. I wonder if the Hatter wants to make me sick. The Hatter gave a wild smile. Yes, I'm Hatter. I closed my eyes and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Distracted by the surprise, the feeling of my fingers almost felt like wet ground meat, even though I was sure that my digits were still attached to my palm. Woo! Cannibalism! The image lingered uncomfortably behind my eyelids. Not with disgust, but with another inexplicable emotion. A negative one for sure. I looked at the torso again. It seemed so still. I was expecting bone and a shattered trachea. The cut must have been wholly clean, made with a blade unsharpened. Not quite enough to cut yet dull enough. No, not quite sharp, not quite enough yet. Made with a Blade sharpened not quite enough yet. Also dulled. Not quite enough. Yes. This was the Red Queen. I know not why I knew, but a voice in the back of my head told me that this was the Red Queen. A part of the Red Queen. Your Majesty can't speak right now. Ladder stirred her tea and popped a bite-sized sandwich into her mouth, munching happily. She sneered. Don't want that, Alice. Remember, Your Majesty? Yes, Hatter is an innocent. Since only the Hatter spoke up in defense to herself, I wasn't particularly inclined to believe her. But whether or not she did kill the Red Queen, the end result sat before me. What should I do now? I remember my uncertainty at this dead end loudness. She smiled as if nothing was wrong. What do you mean? All you have to do is find all the other pieces. If you have anything you need, Your Majesty, for all you need to do is put it back together. Come on, Alice. Okay, because I need to go be right back and do a thing. I'm back. Didn't take that long, which is fine. It's good. Good for me. Y'all need to move a thing. I need to do more moving. What did you want me to make an ad break then? You want an ad break for some random reason? You want to submit and redeem?
My beautiful, precious daughter passed away years ago. Almost 2 decades by now. She lived a long, full life and spent her final moments with those she loved. The last words she told me, the last words she ever said to me, were that she couldn't have been happier.
What was she like?
She was so many things that it's almost impossible to answer. I think you would have liked her. I'm sure she would have loved you. She was adventurous and free, sometimes stubborn to a fault. Once her heart was set on something, there was no stopping her. Everything she did vividly, to the fullest. Even if the very laws of existence told her something was impossible, she would try anyway. She was endlessly kind, with compassion for every living thing, from the smallest insect to the largest, most ferocious beast. She saw the value in all of them. You should have seen her as a child. She would talk your ear off. Both of them, if you'd let her. There wasn't a single person near us who didn't know who she was. So open and free was she. That warmth and care. It was the core of her life. If she saw someone in need, she would rush to their aid. It just naturally came to her. If you or I see someone hurting, we may choose to help. For Cosette, it wasn't a choice. It was simply who she was. To know her was to adore her. Every day that went by, I was more and more proud of her. Those virtues never faded a bit. Even on her last day, she was worried for me more than anything. I promised her that I promised her that I would live as she did, to honor her memory with kindness and with virtue and with compassion and patience for all, that I would ensure her legacy lived on in the many lives she had touched. It was only in the days that followed her passing, as I wandered lost and alone, that I truly began to understand how much she had saved my own life. The gift she gave me was something I'd never had before. Purpose. How very silly and irrelevant things such as wealth and prestige began to seem after that. Those were fleeting concepts, born as a misplaced need or desire. There was something that could be much greater, something well beyond money and power. Love. As a word, it's difficult to understand. To hear the poets speak of it, there's nothing mightier and nothing softer. Love was either everything or it was nothing. It had always seemed so trite, so immature, an attempt to create meaning where there is none. And yet, I've found that the poets were right. They were so right. You and I, Miho. To be able to live on, unaffected by time's curse, must surely seem a blessing to some. But that time is meaningless without something to fill it. To those of us who walk alongside Father Time, rather than fleeing him, it's awfully lonely. When I first became a vampire, I told myself that I had no more need for humans, that I was beyond them. Now, I realize I was afraid. There's a simple contentment and joy that can only be found in experience and age, I've learned. Wisdom does not exclude humans, but to look on as once vibrant hair fades to grey, and as once strong hands soften their grips, as once treasured memories become distant, there is pain. To watch someone you love grow up is beautiful. To watch them grow old is to suffer. Cosette lived into her 80s, a good, long life for a human. Even as her flesh started to fail her, her mind never did. She was sharp as a sword and quick as a fox. For a human, there is no kinder, gentler end than that of old age. And every day, I'm thankful that Cosette was one of those lucky ones. To slip away peacefully and painlessly. As I held that soft, shaky hand for the last time, I wished desperately that I could trade places with her. I would have done anything to give her just one more day, but there was nothing to be done. Cosette passed on with no regrets, and a smile on her face. She lived as full a life as any human could live, and when she was gone, I was still there. My flesh not a day older than when I met her. It was then that I realized what a cruel gift immortality could be. What a slow, repetitive torture if I chose to let it. So for the sake of Cosette's memory, and of the promise I made, I swore that I would continue to live as I had not lived before. For virtue. For friendship. For others. For tomorrow. To die is human. To live is a privilege.
Fuck you, Olivia. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. How could you? Why is it still here? Juliet, why are you still here? Juliet? Why are you still Juliet, why are you still here? Juliet, why are you still here? Juliet, why are you still here? Ma'am? Ma'am? Juliet? Juliet? The fuck? Hello? Juliet? Yeah, please. Please! Give it a hydrate, boss, and this is for you. Give me a second to figure out why it's still here. Hide tits for a minute. Let's see. Down. Oh yeah, 0.5. Thick. Oh, I am dumb. I know why. I know why it's still here. I know why it's still here. I have it staying here for 14 minutes by accident. It stays here for 14 minutes like an idiot, like an accident. What's the clear button? What's the clear button? Where is the clear button? Clear all. F. I'm dumb. I had the weight on the same thing as the stick. I'm just gonna test something as well. I'm just double checking. I need to double check the other ones as well. Make sure I didn't do a dumb. I did a dumb. That was close. If I get rid of this, there's const number. Get rid of this. Delete. And
Miho? Is that you?
okay, cool. Get rid of stick for one. And then wait. For move up.
Miho? Is that you? Are you alright?
No, that's not gonna. Confusion. We love Scuff, don't we? Don't we all love Scuff? Don't we love Scuff? Don't we love Scuff? Ask me where next, but you're honest. I chose violence today. Fuck you. When you're broke, well, you're broke. You could have gone for anything else. You could have gone for the other two options. You went for torture. You went for pain. You have no but yourself to blame for that. You have only yourself to blame for that. Okay. I did no such thing. What are you speaking of? This is blasphemy. This is what we call what do we call this? What do we call this? I don't know what we call this actually. This is libel. This is slander. This is slander and libel. One of the two. It's one of the two things. I don't know which one though. libel. I'm testing tits up, by the way, in the background. That's why you don't see tits. I'm testing a tits thing. Don't do any tits thing, because I'm just you won't see or hear it. You won't see or hear tits, because I'm testing a thing right now. In the meantime, let's put the music back on. Let's start playing the game. Have you forgotten Alice? You are. I also changed up the one of the redeems things as well, because I realized since I'm changing up how the model change works, there's no point for a return driver. There's no model. Let me just have take it off / put it on. Take it off. Put it on. Take it off. Put it on. Anyways, back to the game. Just put that back down. It's nice. What are we talking about? That sounded mad. That sounded mad. So mad I wanted to laugh. This is Wonderland after all? All I needed to do was find the pieces. That was right, Alice. That was all you needed to do. There's the game. There's the game. That was all you needed to do. It would either be terribly simple or terribly mad. Why did that disappear on time? Yet Juliet stayed for way longer than she should have. How long is that in seconds? Let me see. I need to Google. Did I not do the math? 5, 3, 6, 9 seconds. In minutes is how many minutes? Oh, that is, I set it to be 89 minutes. Whoops. That is not how math works. I set the wrong time for the Juliet thing. That is 89 minutes. That's just a tiny bit too long. There's a tiny bit too long at it. Let me just find out how long the actual thing is supposed to be. Folders. Folders. 7 times 6. How did I fuck up 7 times 60? I didn't. It's 420. Why does it say 5,000? What the fuck am I on? Oh well. 420. And stick for 420. I don't understand how the fuck I did that incorrectly. I need to double check the math on these other ones though. First, 1, 4, 4 by 60. 2.4. 2.4 is what? Is that 2.4? That's about 2.4. Okay. And then this one is 1 divided by 60 is 3 minutes. 3.6, and where is the A section on this? There it is. Nope, this one. That is... Yep, okay. Yeah, I don't know how I typed 5,000 seconds. How the fuck did I type 5,000 seconds? Where did I get that number from is my question. Anyways, Titsuri back to the back. I'm gonna lower the music because it's loud in my ear. It's yelling in my ear. Stop yelling, please, thank you. Anyway, now that scuff is over, as we're all here for scuff and nothing else but scuff. Truly, just scuff is all we're here for. In my random accents, obviously, that's what you're here for. Stuff in random fucking actions that make no sense. I hope that no one had fed the Red Queen to the pigs or minced her up for a patty. Regardless, all I really needed was a head in the door, so if I wanted to talk to her, to ask her about the secrets of returning home. May I take the body with me? The Hatter narrowed her eyes. Alice, you are a civilized girl. Do you really want to lug around a piece of meat like you were some meat seller? Selling to the cannibals? The Hatter winked cheekily. No, that wouldn't be fair, don't you think? Once you find most of the parts, let's just say, the limbs, I'll give you a present. We get out again. Tried a box off the side of the table. The box was just big enough for a cat or a cake, or maybe something like a hat. Of course, don't peek or try to find out what present is. I wouldn't be surprised like that, and I'll be very, very upset if you cheat. With that smile on her face, I couldn't see her upset. With that smile on her face, I couldn't see her upset. Only muddled the sincerity came through her voice. The Hatter's mismatched eyes wandered, looking distracted as she did so. Now then, I've got to grab something off the stove before it burns. The Hatter got up from her seat and walked away. Here it was, along with the Red Queen's flesh. It was missing all 4 limbs and a head. So to make her whole, I would need to find 5 parts. I hoped that my search would be easy. Maybe just a little peek. You know, what's the worst that could happen? Am I right, guys? Just a tiny little peek. What's the worst that could happen? Awesome, Olivia. What? The Mad Hatter's gonna come up behind me with a hatchet and attack me for peeking? No, that's crazy. Imagine the Mad Hatter running at me with a hatchet, with an axe, right behind me as I open this box and I find something horrendous in there. What could it? Imagine. Let's not get ahead of ourselves now, right? What could possibly happen? I tiptoed over to the side of the table and surveyed what was around. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, alright? I couldn't help but feel the headless slab of human watching me, but I ignored the Red Queen's body, knowing that I would be seeing it often enough. Looking over my shoulder, I ascertained that the Hatter had yet to return. I moved to find the present box on the cluttered table. The Hatter hadn't tied up the box particularly at all. I could open it and close it as if I had never disturbed this mysterious prize to begin with. I cracked open a small gap so that nothing could come flying out. Nothing escaped from the box. Instead, I heard a strange scratching noise from whatever lied inside, a gurgling, drowning voice that caused chills to settle on the back of my neck. In one go, I took it out of the box. That was a head. A bloodied head. The head seemed so familiar, I couldn't quite make out the face as if the box had been jostled. The hair had become so matted with blood, the exact hue of its light hair color was difficult to make heads or tails of. I squinted. Spitting. The world was spitting. A sharp pain burst through my temple as if resting a palm of my head. When my hand stopped growing the pulse and headache in my skull, I reached out, a shaking hand to adjust the head in the box. Step. 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 Footsteps touched me. I thought I had just said not to peek, Alice. Hannah brandished a hammer in one of her hands, the head and face of a glowing red as if it had been left on the stove. Cheaters get what cheaters deserve. I backed up, crashing into the table, nearly tripping on my own cloak. She raised her arm with the hammer in hand and
Dead end. Death 1. Script scene, 63%.
wow. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? Not me. I would never have thought that would happen ever. That is a weird occurrence. Who would have thunk that would be the case? Wow. Wow. Crazy. I shook my head. Instead of antagonizing the hatter needlessly, I decided to take another sip of tea. I would see what was inside the box eventually. And the return soon enough. The puppets were absent. Rather, in her hand was a hammer, glowing bright with heat. She tucked to the side with a thump, and let the metal sizzle on the ground. What was the hammer for? She grinned. Does the hammer need a reason to be? Anyway, go ahead and try to find some of the Red Queen's body, arms and head, and maybe two, I'll just bring them back and here for me to attach to them. To this meat, flesh. He pointed to the torso. It'll be tea time when you come back. Let's just count you as an extra guest for next tomorrow as well. To be exact with time, now is not tea time. I suppose that's not much else to do here. The Hatter's expression dampened a bit as I responded. I looked at my empty cup of Earl Grey and lifted myself up from the armchair. For what it was worth, I quite enjoyed the odd hour tea. Shaking my legs just to make sure they hadn't fallen asleep, I started to leave. Until later. Weindachen. I'm gonna Google this because I'm curious. Why there this I'm all German, as expected. Achwiderson. Achwiderson. Oh, Achwiderson. I feel dumb. Achwiderson. Achwiderson. Yes. I've heard that many times as I'm a Killjoy main on Valorant. How did I realize that's Achwiderson? Oh well. Not much to do about that. My in mood to say the word Achwiderson. Because I can't fucking read German. What do you expect from me? To read German? To know how to read German? Off my head? Impossible. Peterson? She leaned back into her armchair and made a lazy wave my way. Somehow she looked lonely. Peterson. I returned to the forest path, walking forward and forward. After being for a while, I realized that I had no idea where I was going. In simpler words, I was lost. Okay, I assumed I just had... We're good, we're fine. I walked around in a few circles before looking upward. Oh, hi there. You see nothing, Olivia. You see nothing. Above, I saw a cat. A cat who resembled a girl, or a girl who resembled a cat, usually stood on the table, on a tall branch of a tree. She had sharp green eyes, pale skin, a cat-like smile. Her brown hair... Thanks for the hydrant, Olivia. This is for you. I mean, if you're thirsty, you can... Other things. If you're the one, if you're thirsty, Olivia, as you're just sipping your mug of thing, you can redeem other things. If you're cringe and weird. If you're unhinged and thirsty. Her brown hair was tied into a ponytail with an orange ribbon. Her 2 cat ears on top of her head looking quite fluffy. She wore an orange cape with 3 black stripes and a fluffy white collar. With a tattered short black dress underneath, adorned around her neck, was a collar with a bell. Yeah, a bell. Unlike the White Rabbit, this cat, the Cheshire Cat, I couldn't help but wonder if she was actually neither cat or no girl, and she was just pretending to be neither. What's wrong? What are you gasping at, Possum? Why is sorry-eyed? Are you shrimping? Are you shrimping over this Cheshire Cat? Which I, for some reason, know the word Cheshire Cat. Even though I clearly have been here before. Clearly, never been here before. And then her cat eyes nodding in silent greeting. Her grin stretched across her face as she stared right back. Sharp teeth filled her mouth, and claws adorned her hands. This is probably a cat. Cheshire? Again, why don't I know that the Cheshire Cat? The flame that was her tail flickered, and she popped down to meet me closer. I don't suppose you'd tell me which way I should go? Her eyes narrowed in amusement. I posed a silly question that I expected no answer for. After all, I was asking a cat for directions. Depends on where you want to go. To surprise, I received a response. To find the Red Queen. Ah, the crazy one. Are you sure you prefer not to go with the nice one? The one I'm looking for is the Red Queen. Alright, the Mad Queen. Then again, we're all mad around here. That is except for Her Majesty, the White Queen, as she's too sad to be mad. If you're looking for the Red Queen, up, up, down, down, left, right might help. Maybe another B. Maybe an A. Maybe a start. The cat jeered. Awareness, Alice. Awareness. Our cat vanished into thin air. Then soon enough, she reappeared. Just go to the White Queen instead. Maybe you'll find something on the way. She started to fade away again before popping back. Forgot to ask, how's the Hatter doing? She seems to be fine. It's still tea time over there. It's always tea time with that one. A third time she disappeared, leaving her grin lingering in the air. Before that, she vanished. It was a grin without a cat, instead of a cat without a grin. The third time was the charm. The cat did not return. I can't say I've seen a cat quite like that before. Then again, Cheshire wasn't really a cat. Again, we're not going to question how I know that that's her name. Where to? Let's try up, up, down, down, left, right. I tried to remember just what the Cheshire Cat had said, speaking the pattern of directions allowed on beat. Up, up, down, down, left, right. What are you talking about? I felt as if I was missing a few items, but that was all the cat had given. I backtracked to the position where I met the cat and followed the recommended directions. Soon enough, I found myself at a crossroad. I saw no limbs nor head in sight. Left was the boat right, right was the boat left. With wrongly written signboards, I chose at random at what to go. Every few meters, I found a new signboard with its own quaintly marked arrow. Whether or not they led to the right path, place was another issue. I slowed my pace to read the signs and follow them along. Today is a rainy day. I didn't know which genius thought to put a forecast on a wooden sign on the side of the road, but I followed the direction to go right regardless. The sky would not drop in the rain in sight. Warning! I've had. As it happened, now there was a cliff ahead. Watch out for dragons. I look for dragons, but the dragon did not arrive. Shameful. At some point, the text on the sign turned into insults. Fool! You don't even know who you are. Stop following the sign. How many of these will you read? I walked and walked and walked. At the end of the final sign in the chain, I reached a clearing in the forest. where I spotted the white rabbit into a limb. I went this way last time. She appeared a little frightened, or perhaps more concerned. Your Majesty, stop time, please. I blinked, then blinked again. Broke my eyes, I saw the same image. The white rabbit seems just about a prosthetic. The white rabbit seems just about to prostrate herself to a living, moving arm. The arm, despite being an arm, had taken the higher position. It has the high ground, Anakin. Anakin! White rabbit, I have the high ground. Oh no. It has the high ground. Whatever shall we do? I'm once again moving my windows around because I am moving things with information around so I can see things. Yep, that's enough. There we go. Mouse cursor, fuck you. My mouse reel. The ground here is dirty. You needn't carry me. Here's dirty. You needn't crawl here. Would you get back to the palace? Or would you prefer to go to the garden, to the courtyard? Or, in fact, do you know where her Majesty is? You smack the white rabbit. The arm. Smack the white rabbit. She frowned. Brows furrowed. Although I silently observed, the arm noticed me and began to crawl over, one handful of grass at a time. It moved like a snake, like a worm, like a piece of flesh and bone that shouldn't have been able to move. Its writhing struggle sent a shiver up my spine. The white rabbit looked scared. I just realized I have image descriptions. Because why not? It's fun. It's interesting. I didn't know if I should pick it up or kick it away. I did neither. And I reached my feet. Hello. The arm proceeded to climb up my leg, up my cloak, feeling like some sort of dirty parasite, making its slow way up until I pushed past my... And when I pushed past my building disgust to hold it my hand, and said, "Hello." The flesh felt cold in my palm. I sensed no heartbeat at the wrist. Of course, there's no heart attached to the wrist. Why am I surprised? Unless Your Majesty's arm seems to have taken a liking to you. If you want Her Majesty, please return the limb to her and tell her that her rabbit did her best. I pray that she hadn't been in any trouble. Yes. No trouble. Clearly not dismembered. No siree. I'm calling off I'm coming off as an everyday occurrence. She made quite the understatement. Yes. Of course. How did you know it was the Red Queen's arm? Robert took on a happy, excited expression. I don't have Your Majesty's arm anywhere. Do you admire her that much? I'm supposed to respect Your Majesty very much. Kingdom Wonderland, whose kingdom had kept peace within the watchful gaze of the criminals of this. She has had rule and order agreement for what? Must be divine right to rule the Wonderland. I've heard a cat call her mad. That dangerous expression flashed through the White Rabbit's eyes for barely a second. Her smile quickly became a frown. Another cat is a known problem. Not here. Her expression became increasingly stressed. Especially bad. Mr. Madness is the essential brilliance. I think we not always pay the favor of courage here. Terminator. These burgers are. I'm gonna be way rather than emergency. First I returned. Yes. That we aren't trying to do emergency. I gave the rabbit's impromptu speech a short round of applause, balancing the detached arm in the crook of my elbow. Good job, I guess. The rabbit became flustered. She must also like you very much. All rulers had their dissidents and supporters. A certain man once said that a ruler was better feared than loved if she could not be both. Despite all that, the White Rabbit said, I knew little more about the Red Queen. The Red Queen is the ruler of all this land. What's your job, White Rabbit? Yes, she's the Prize Ruler of Wonderland. I deal with a little bit of everything. Administrative matters, legal matters, and personal matters, and important people. Since we've met a few times, I should say that I'm important. Could you not? That's right, Alice. To my timid jest, I received a response that made me pause. The White Rabbit took out a watch and jumped in surprise upon looking at the time. Quickly returning the watch to her pocket. Is that time ready? I'm afraid I must be off again, if that will be alright. Thank you, Alice. Hurley bowing a few times, she dashed off back to work. Having obtained a limb, I searched around for another. Before I knew it, the day had passed. I looked towards the sky where the sun had begun to set. Then I had a yawn. I realized I needed a place to sleep for the night. I thought back to the parties who had helped me out in my adventures, gathering the Red Queen's dismembered parts. Surely I could find one of them. I headed back to the Hatter's place. Bracelet, stop falling off my arm. Thank you. The moonlight filtered through the trees and lit the table. The tea and cakes were all put away. As before, I found her at the table full of tea stuffs. She nursed a cup of tea and waved at me until spotting me. Hello, friend playing VR chat. There's never tea, Alice. There's never tea, Alice. From the sky, tea time should have already passed. Perhaps this was more like supper time. So I only flashed her a smile without saying anything. I returned with I am armed. Congratulations! Congratulations! He grinned. I handed her the Red Queen's limb, which began to move upon entering the Hatter's hand. Holding it away from herself, the Hatter seemed to think of what to do with it next. Holding it away from herself, the Hatter seemed to think of I go back by accident. She kicked a dog cage from out under a chair, flicking the metal latch open. She tossed the limb inside into it and quickly flicked the cage shut again. The Hatter sneered. Sit down! I mean, poor host, if I didn't let you sit. I plopped down to the armchair. This was my armchair now. I glanced around and found I didn't see the puppets that the Hatter wore on her hands mentioned earlier the day. Where are your friends? I gestured with my hands. They went home for a bit. Marsh lives all the way over in the house with ears. And for whose ears they are, I hadn't a clue. Are you hungry? For rodent, Alice? Rodent? No. If you said so, Alice. She poured me a cup of tea and slid the tea, cup, and saucer all over to me. Your friend? The Red Queen's hand. Well, not anymore. The hand is in a cage. In marriage? I mean, if you have a ring on. I ready to see something? Oh, whoa, whoops. Never mind, you can't see me, my dress is in the way, you can't see, never mind, my dress is in the way. My dress is in the way, you can't even see it if I wanted to show it to you. My dress is literally in the way. You can't see my hand at all. Literally cannot see my hand unless... Are there poses in this? Are there poses in this thing? Probably. I don't think so. I don't know. Are there poses? I feel like there should be. There's no hand tracking on this software set. I mean, there is, but I don't have hand tracking built in, which is sad. Effects. Yep, no poses. I forgot. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting every time. How can it? It's a crime to forget this often. It's a crime. Meow. It's a crime to forget so often, Mimo. Can't believe I keep forgetting Mimo. I find it interesting. Oh, because you can. I forgot. I was gonna say, I find it interesting that Bolivia has the first badge, but Boston doesn't. But Boston's been subbed longer. Then realize you can just change the identity. That's why. I was like, oh yeah, you can change what you look like. You can change it whether you have the first badge or the other sub badge. I'm not even choose. Yes, the pretty sub badge of stolen assets. Yes, the pretty sub badge of not my asset. Not my symbols. I took them from a webcomic that I can never escape. The webcomic forever is haunting me, and it never leaves my system. I am constantly dragged back to that era every single time I exist. No matter how far I try to get away from the one webcomic, I can't fight it. It's just too weird and random. Some might say it's the greatest fandom. You just can't fight it. It's quite outrageous, but it is so contagious. If you know, you know. No, you know. Yes. It's stuck rent-free in my head. Cup and saucer, over to me. nearly spilling it over my lap. Soon after came another plate. On the plate was steak and vegetables. For tea time? Weird. For a brief moment, the Hatter appeared lonely. Again. I sure hope this isn't rodent, is it? She winked with a grin. It's something else. The Hatter didn't continue, but glanced over at the Red Queen's flesh. What? A weird flash of pink there, but okay. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me, or there's a glitch. My eyes followed the path of her gaze, not spotting any steak-sized slab of meat sliced off from the torso of the queen. I let out a sigh. Her eyes were narrowed. Taking a knife and fork, I cut the steak and moved a piece to mouth. It tasted like beef. Compliments to the chef. Smile. Thank you. I remember my insane voice now. Thanks. Me. I remember how to do the. I remember how my crazy voice was. I haven't done the crazy voice in literal years. In literal year. Singular. We ate together for a Hatter per table manners, but the fork and knives were impeccable. But each time I thought to compliment them, she went and said something odd again. The Hatter was a mystery to unravel. I don't have a place to stay for the night, so I want to ask if you could put up with me for the night. I put up with you all the time. What difference does night make? Where I come from, people sleep at night. Sleep? You can put it underneath the table or put a blanket on top, the ground, and just sleep on that armchair you're sitting on right now. Isn't sleep just where you pretend to be dead like everyone else? Is this why you don't sleep? The Hatter had terrible bags in her eyes, as I doubted she slept too much. She could only have been sleeping too little. She frowned, upset. Look at the time. Is it really time to sleep? Napping and tea time will destroy your inner clock. Don't you know? Morning, afternoon, evening, and it's all the time. It's for just sleep. I thought you didn't care about time. The Hatter sneered. You didn't care about me. Are you perhaps afraid of sleeping? He gave me a somber smile. What do you think, Alice? She pours herself a drink from a bottle into her teacup. I tried to look at the bottle, which was in no way for tea. I couldn't read the jumbled words scrawled across its label, so I couldn't help but ask. Is that actually alcohol? Tea. Isn't it alcohol? Tea. She drank her tea. I did mine. The conversation turned to silence. I shouldn't have pushed and upset my dear host. I wanted to pet her head and apologize for she could drink or sleep as she wanted. As I reached out, the Hatter recoiled. There was a frown on her face. She pushed her chair back to the table, taking the chance to move away. Then she dipped underneath the tablecloth, rubbed through her stuff with a rushing noise. Then she popped back up. She held a blanket, which she tossed my way. Her expression turned even more distraught, her frown wobbly. I want you to pretend to be dead right now. Do you want to pretend to be dead right now? Go! Go play dead! Catching in my arms, I smelled a sweet scent from the soft blanket. The sky was dark. I started to feel sleepy, hugging the blanket a little tighter. I had experienced a long day after all. So perhaps it was time to go to bed. Good night, Hatter. I wonder if she was mad, if she would respond. But she did. I mean, isn't she always mad? Good night, Alice. I leaned back comfortably in the armchair and began to sink. Sinking. Contrary to my earlier expectations, I didn't keep sinking forever. The moment I looked up at the sky, I found I couldn't fall asleep anymore. I didn't recognize the stars, the constellations, that adorn the dark heavens. Tracing their infinite sparkles, I wondered who they stood for. I wanted to understand what was hidden past those mist-meshed eyes of the Hatter. While catching the stars, I eventually fell asleep. I dreamed of falling. Next day, and the day after, I continued my search for the Red Queen's parts. Once again, I was walking down the forest path. Remembering that the Cheshire Cat mentioned the White Queen, I decided to give the Queen a second visit. I thought I could easily replicate the route to her garden, having only recently been there. However, the more I walked, the more apparent I became that I was lost. I passed that tree a handful of times already. I was going in circles, getting nowhere closer to that beautiful garden. And it's equally pretty loner. You're down bad, Alice. You're down bad. I let it aside and chose a bush at random to walk through instead of following the path. The cloak saved me from being scratched by the leaves and branches of the bushes. I came out on the other side to a particularly tall tree and a large bird cage. I spotted the White Queen inside the birdcage. Behind her was a limb, a leg. She sat with a distressed expression as she looked up at my looming figure. Hello? We meet again, Alice. I hadn't expected that I would be trapped here again. I'm a little embarrassed that you're seeing me like this. I contemplated just asking for the leg and leaving. No, that would be a terribly foul thing to do. Especially to a pretty person like her. Although in a way, it almost seemed like a good idea to have a pretty bird look locked in a cage just for oneself. After all, how could you catch her if you let her go free? Is the Red Queen's right leg? It would appear. So it would appear. To find the Red Queen, You may have to find her parts as well. Even so, she should be able to help you find your way back home. I'm sorry, Alice. Don't apologize. The key to my prison is atop a towering tree. Would you help me open this cage, Alice? Yes, of course. Agreeing to the request, I walked over to the tall tree that the White Queen gestured towards. How tall it was, I couldn't say. If I angled my head and squinted, I could see the glimmering of a silver key at a high branch above. Circling the tree, the front and the back, the sides left and right, they all looked equally hard to climb. So I pondered on how to scale the tree. A little bird approached. It was fat and pink. It was fat and pink, with beady eyes and tiny black beak. With all the talking animals and not quite animals in Wonderland, I had an inkling that this one might speak as well. Perhaps it spoke French, like a French bird. Bonjour? Bonjour. Unfortunately, I knew little French. My practice had gone rusty so much that the tutors would be ashamed. But I tried to pull out at least one more phrase. Où est ma chat? I must have said the wrong words as the bird began to tremble. Parlez-vous anglais? Yes, yes, chirp chirp. Cats? No cats here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chirp chirp. I'm trying to get the key up there. What are you doing, little bird? Chirp. Just having lots of fun every day. Not doing anything in particular. Not doing anything in particular. Now that the Red Queen, Her Majesty, is missing, Wonderland is much more wonderful. We can play and frolic as you want. Chirp chirp. Auntie Bird got in trouble for breaking Her Majesty's law, and now there's no more Auntie Bird. Chirp chirp. I was so sad, so sad. Her Majesty was so scared, so scary. She won't tell me. You won't tell her. You won't tell me, right? Chirp. You look like a nice person. Chirp. Much nicer than her. Much nicer than her. Oh, I see. I'll be with the key. Chirp. Puffing on its little chest, the bird flapped its wings and took off upward into the sky. It flew and flew and flew, but soon enough became tired. Not reaching the key on the tree, the bird faltered and fluttered back down. It dipped its head in disappointment. Sorry, I couldn't do it. Chirp. Kill the bird. Pet the bird. What do? What do? What do? See you there, possum. I see you over there. By the way, I see you there. Yes, I do. What do? Wow. 0 votes on the poll. I guess we'll never know what to do. I guess we'll never know what we're gonna do now. I guess we'll never know what we're gonna do with the bird. SMH my head. Didn't even see the vote. Didn't even see it. SMH my head. How could you, Olivia? It was there for a whole minute. A whole 60 seconds. Well, have you tried not food coloring on your bed? Olivia, have you tried not food coloring? It's revolutionary. I hear. It's a revolutionary thing, not food coloring. Fuck you. Fuck you. As all things should be. I've apparently killed the bird before. Did it before? Why did I kill the bird the first time I played this game? Why did I kill the bird the first time? Huh? I thought I would have pet the bird, not kill the bird. What? Huh? What? Huh? Okay. I guess I didn't pet the bird. I think I just killed the bird the first time for some reason. I'm not sure why I did that. But I did that apparently. I'm not sure. I really don't know why I did that. I would like to know why. That was in the current set. That happened. Don't worry about it. I rubbed the little bird's head, causing it to peek up at me with its large, round eyes glittering with surprise. Well, now with the failed first attempt at the key, I returned to White Queen's side. It looked fitting in the cage, pretty, like a flower preserved forever in glass. Again, I thought that she was beautiful. Really, she was beautiful. That's true, Alice. And so, I didn't let her stay trapped. Not to mention the Red Queen's leg. I wasn't able to find a way out. Do you have any ideas for what I should do, White Queen? Over there are some mushrooms. If you eat the ones on the left, you will grow. If you eat the ones on the right, you will shrink. I think they will be helpful. Magic mushrooms? I was hesitant to eat mushrooms picked from unknown wilderness, but I felt that I could trust the White Queen. I wonder why. Why, I didn't know. Huh? Well, this is Wonderland, isn't it? I've forgotten something important. The feeling of forgetting, tingling in the back of my mind. Whenever I saw the White Queen. Finding the mushrooms pointed out, I faced a choice. There was a little yellow one with black spots in stem, and a large purple one with white spots in stem. I ate the white mushroom immediately and began to shrink, the world around me swelling in size. I was afraid I would shrink to nothing, but I soon stopped shrinking. I must have been the size of a doll. Looking upwards, I found that the key upon the tree was even further. Oh, I hadn't quite thought my decision through. A gust of wind blew past. Another bird appeared, towering over me. The bird who previously helped me also looked large, but this new arrival outsized my little friend. It too was fat and pink, with beady eyes and small black beak.
Hello, Chirp. Heard you need some help?
Oh yeah, I remember now. Give me a sec. I remember something. If I remember correctly, and then I do this. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay.
You killed her!
I remember now. Yes, I did a murder last time, and this is no bad endings. I see. I knew I remembered something with drinking was being a bad idea that I tested out last time. I did.
Hello, Chirp. I heard you needed some help. I hadn't thought you were going to be this small, but whatever helps. Whatever help works. Never know with them humans around here, Chirp.
I paused for a moment to take in this new bird. I shouldn't have been surprised anymore when the bird spoke. So I decided to take in stride and enjoy the offer of aid which were given. I need to get the key up there.
Well, that's probably a bit hard for you, isn't it? Since you're so chirp and tiny. You were nice to Birdie over there, so I'll let you ride my back so we can get to that key of yours together, Chirp. How about that?
Good. I climbed onto the bird's back, admiring the look of its feathers up close. I made myself comfortable and grabbed onto its neck.
Hold on tight, buddy.
With a flap of its wings, the bird began to fly. Whoosh, the wind blew past me, throwing my hair into disarray, my cloak fluttering around behind me, wildly. We were so high in the sky, the sun became closer. In a few moments, we reached the key at the top of the tree. I grabbed it, placing my arms through the loop to hold it while riding the bird. The key was heavy, a silver thing, almost as big as me. We descended and I dropped the key on the ground. Thank you for the assistance.
Welcome, Chirp. So don't expect a free ride again. I'm going to grab Birdie and go. So have fun with your own thing, little tiny human.
The bird left with its smaller friend. I lugged the key over to where the White Queen sat, breathing heavily when I finally walked the full distance with the weight on my hands. The key and I now had, but the cage I could not open. I was too small, much too small. The magical art wore off in the meantime. Would you accompany me, Alice? That would be for the best. I would have to wait till I revert back to my normal size to open the door. Is the invitation for tea sometimes still open? Is the invitation tea sometimes still open? Yes, always. Then shall I ask about what sort of foods and teas you like to drink? To see what I might expect. What's your favorite tea? White tea. Do you prefer black tea still? How did you know? We chatted for a while about tea, and at some point the conversation turned to flowers. Perhaps it was that she felt ambivalently on a floral teas. You're welcome to visit the garden anytime. I couldn't find the way to the garden today. Perhaps getting lost had been for the better, as I found her in the end. Yes, that happens when I'm not there, but Wonderland should lead you my way if you think of me, at least. For you, Alice. I have nowhere to be but the garden. She paused, looking at something in the distance that I could not see. Would you believe me if I told you I could see the future? Welcome back, Bruno! You know what's happening. You know what's coming. You know what's coming, Bruno. You know what's coming. You know what's coming, Bruno.
Yo, you make it hard for me to run. Dude, like, you're a shit ton of my way. No. Oh fucking gosh.
You're scared of the mannequin. The mannequin scared you. It did work. I can't believe that a single browser source was literally murdering my shoutout bot the whole time. A singular browser source was murdering it. What in the world? I can't believe that. That's crazy to think about. That a singular browser source was causing all those problems. Wild. Wild indeed. Also because I can, Bruno. Because I can. I looked her in the eyes and ascertained a calm surety. I didn't feel that she would lie, yet I couldn't quite believe her words either. I wondered what I had forgotten. What I was doubting. Rather than answer, I decided to play along. Can you change the future you see? Why do you ask? Otherwise, isn't it lonely? Isn't it lonesome? I don't believe that the future is predestined, but the solitude of such a power would also be the fate of a queen in this world. Yes? Yes, Bruno? Her words sounded contradictory. Even for the Red Queen? Especially the White Queen. The Red Queen. The White Queen spoke of fate as if still trapped by something more than just this birdcage. I wouldn't understand. We talked a little longer. I felt a tingle up my arms and began to revert to my original size. The world warped and finally popped back into its proper size. Proper place. I twirled around to check that all was well. Identifying no issues. I picked up the key and I dropped to the ground at some point and inserted it into the lock of the White Queen's birdcage. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, Bruno. We'll see. Who else? Just who else, Bruno? Who else? Who else, though? If it's just you, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If it's just you, I don't know, man. You're, I don't know, man. If it's just you. Now it's the others, motherfucker. After I no issues, I picked up the key and dropped it on the ground at some point and inserted it into the lock of the White Queen's birdcage. With a smooth click. Cage unlocked. I opened the door. The White Queen stumbled out of the birdcage, her legs still wobbly from sitting in the cage for so long. She let me hold her steady, till she rebalanced herself. Thank you. You're welcome. I hope to return to the garden now, but my invitation is always open, Alice. I'll see you later, if you're willing. She handed me the Red Queen's leg. I'm trying to get stop this boredom. I'm trying to get stop. I'm trying to get stop this boredom. It was dressed in a black tight, the shoe red and tied with the ankle by the ribbon. Free from the birdcage, the White Queen departed to return to her garden. After wandering around some more, I returned to the Hatter's place with the second limb in hand. I need to go dehydrate again. Be right back. I need to edit some things on the second. Don't have that on the thing. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm back. I returned. The day came to an end, but the Hatter's clock remained in tea time. She was arguing with her own hand puppet about some sort of song? Some rendition of Twinkle Twinkle. The hair on her hand was flung back and forth. I waited it out, seeing as she started laughing by herself halfway through. Apparently, she couldn't sing. Her expression was a bit lonely. With her shoulders stopped shaking, the hatter turned to me. She gave me an awkward smile. Agnes, you voyeur! I see you bought the second one. That one is 1, and this one is 2. Good work! The hatter clapped her wrists half a dozen times. Yes, the wrists. Yep. Alice, would you join us for tea again today? Hatter made scones. It has butter. Thank you for the invitation, Dormouse. Another lonely but happy expression briefly flashes on Hatter's face. Upon a response to Dormouse, she immediately brightens up. If it would make Hatter happy, I wouldn't didn't see why not to just play along. Leg. Putting aside her puppet friends, she extended an open palm towards me. I proceeded to commit les majestés by tossing the limb over the Hatter's tea table to her. Over the Hatter's tea table to her. Les majestés. I took a seat in my armchair, seeing her clumsily catch it in her arms. At my seat, there was already a cup of tea prepared. With a free hand, the Hatter opened up the dog cage and retrieved the other limb. Do you need any help with that? She winked. I have everything under control. Without another pause, I dropped an earring on the floor. Where is it? I see it. Without another pause, the Hatter stuck the limbs onto the Red Queen's torso. The flesh sounded like a squelch as the muscle, skin, and bone began to knit into place. Still a red line remained there, where the limbs connected. I took a bite of the scone, as the Hatter said it had butter. No, not the Hatter. The rabbit. Marsh Hare said there was butter, not the Hatter. Silly Alice. The Red Queen's incomplete body twitched, something squirming under the skin. I spread some clotted cream and jam on the scone. The perfect blend of sweetness made me wonder where she got the jam. It was very red. Ow. The Hatter became disgruntled, frowning. The single arm grabbed at the Hatter, smacking as it squirmed. That is not watermelon juice. The Hatter kicked the incomplete Red Queen, rendering the limb's hunk of meat paralyzing with shock. The Hatter forced its limbs off. A bit of blood or something else dripping onto the ground. Gripping the writhing limb in her hands, the Hatter popped open the dog cage door with her feet and chucked them in. With a thud into the cage, the arm and leg went. Good scones. Thank you. Thank you. He mentioned you also had some business with the Red Queen, Hatter? But, what is it? Something to do with red, something to do with flesh? I realized that I didn't quite know. Roger. She gave a wide smile. A personal matter, Alice. I prefer you didn't pry. I was the one gathering the pieces, so of course I wanted to know. Then again, the Hatter could just as well put the corpses together herself. The corpse, singular, together herself. A better question was how she obtained that first chunk of meat. But I doubt she would answer. I was curious after all. Not every Hatter keeps the Red Queen's dismembered body at her table, much less treats it like you did. Like you do. Present tense. The White Rabbit is searching for the Red Queen right now, you see. And the Red Queen is right here. Kind of. At least, parts of her were. No one likes the White Rabbit. Why didn't you tell? Why didn't you tell her, Alice? Well, I didn't feel like it. White Rabbit was boring. I had the feeling that telling her anything about the corpse sitting with us wouldn't help me much. You saved me from the dungeon in that dark, dank place. That's not enough for the cold. Dungeons here aren't for keeping, but for killing. I like how I lost the voice already. Great. I see. You're not good, not good. I found it again. Let's commit Les Majestés together. Surely the Red Queen will forgive us for piecing her together. Yes. That's all we're doing. Nothing else. That's all we've done. We've clearly done nothing else besides piece her together. I much prefer this Mad Hatter. No, Alice. This is much closer to blasphemy. We have no choice but to begin. Though, we gotta beg the wrathful God for forgiveness, don't you know? I couldn't help but think of Osiris, the judge of the dead, cut to pieces by his own brother. Even a god king, rather a god queen, could be chopped up and rendered helpless. The tutors would be proud of me for remembering. Is that so? It'll be good working with you, Hatter. I offer a hand to shake. Seeing her hesitate, I expected her to reject my outstretched hand. But she instead grabbed my fingers with an expression filled with uncertainty. I thought she would try to pull my finger off. However, she only gripped me weakly and shook it up and down before letting go once more. She was a bit gloomier for the time after. Night fell and another day ended. What did I dream of? Must have forgotten. Only 2 more limbs and a head remained. Not to get ahead of ourselves, but we know where the head is. Well, the players do. Alice, not so much. Not yet. She's quite unaware of where the head is at the moment. Quite unaware of where it is. His arms are too big. I don't know. I'm not quite sure if the heads would match Possum. Sure, the heads wouldn't fit in place. You know, that's quite the crazy offer you'd make. Sure, the heads wouldn't fit anywhere. Surely. I continued on my way, on my adventure to collect the Red Queen so that I could finally meet her and find a way home. Step, step, step. I walked around this upside down world. In between my explorations of Wonderland, I chatted with the Hatter, and she made a certain inquiry. What do you want to go home with? What do you want to go back to at home? What indeed? Alice, Alice, what was waiting for you at home? I counted off my fingers 2 sisters, 2 cats, a large empty home, books, tutors. With my sisters Lori and Edie, I was not particularly close. The older, Lorena, and the younger, Edith. Intelligent Lori, and precarious Edith. They seemed to live in their own world, apart from Alice. I preferred the cats. A white cat, a black cat. The former was cute, a little beauty, like the White Queen, and the latter a little devil. As for the books, our library seemed endless. We had so many books that I could drown. Maybe a pile had collected on. Maybe a pile had collapsed on me, and I was dying, suffocating under the pages so terribly that I fell into Wonderland. The teacher would be so mad that the books were ruined. I winced as at a phantom stinging the back of my leg. The poor ruler, I could already see it go red. That was my world. A boring, normal, plain world where animals didn't talk, and corpses didn't move, where I hadn't needed to think much at all. That was Alice, and that place was Alice's place. I fiddled with my fingers, grasping for the correct expression to wear. A smile! A smile was always safe. I'll be off then. Step, step, step. I traversed about this place, which was not Alice's place, my place. Once again, I was in the forest in daytime. I was walking around, searching for clues, for whatever the next limbs or even head could be when I heard the sound of conversation. I followed the noise and found the oddest pair, a rabbit and a cat. The rabbit seemed upset. On the contrary, the cat was grinning deviously. Ask the Hatter. That's the Hatter. There made an indignant smile. Hatter? My Hatter? She's more cuckoo than a bird. A real nuisance. The only silver lining is how now that the rat and the hatter are out of the way, she's become more and more recluse. Measures to ring from the time when she poured out peanuts pulled peasants off the street, listening for royal guests. She sneered. The witch stopped working. The kingdom was falling ironically. You got filth and on the ground left and right. Up and down, too. The rabbit became angrier. Shut up, you damn cat! You fucking criminal pretending to be a cat! If we weren't so busy, I'd send cars to chase you up and turn you up and throw you back into the dungeon where you belong. The cat grinned as she taunted the rabbit. Scary threats from a rabbit. Listen up. Your name is still on top of the list for execution. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Now I've got to... Alice! Huh? The white rabbit made a puking sound, the blood draining from her face when she met my eyes. She looked terrified. The Cheshire jeered. Hello. Did I interrupt the conversation? No, not at all, y'all. Hello. I hope you weren't too loud. The cat and I were just making a small talk. How have you been? Well enough, and you? My life was well. Well. What about me? Well, are you well? It depends. I'm a cat. The cat's punchline met silence. Are you two friends? The rabbit frowned. No. The cat grinned. Yes. I suppose rarely overlap. We happened to meet and talk today by coincidence. The cat made a mocking frown. I'm hurt, Bunny. I thought we were friends. You can't tell by making a very mocking pout. Please refrain from giving me unsolicited nicknames. The cat smiled. Bunny? You just didn't get along. You could hear the pout. You could hear the pout. No, not really. They don't seem to get along at all. I just liked how the white rabbit thought that she could lie straight to me at my face about what they were talking about before. To me, of all people. The blasphemy. Lie. That was about the Queen's courtiers ought to do. Hilarious. After a short three-way chat. A short three-way? The white rabbit pulled me to the side for a private conversation. I have an invitation for you, Alice. The white rabbit reached into her coat, retrieving an envelope from an inner pocket. She held it out to me. The Duchess has invited you to her endless party. If you're interested in attending it, will always be held at her manor. I did the outreach invitation. When is it? She gave a smile. Oh, no, indefinitely. His Majesty has gone missing, and their Duchess has been held up in her manor, holding grand balls day and night. If you didn't know better, I would think that she was celebrating. The rabbit frowned as she looked into the distance. But she wouldn't be foolish. She wouldn't be so foolish. Surely she wouldn't be that foolish. Yes. A fool's task to celebrate the Queen's disappearance. I see. Thank you for the invitation. Piercing an oddly familiar wax seal onto the envelope. Upon the envelope, I fiddled with the invitation in my hands. I wonder where I had seen it before. This wax seal, quite familiar, but odd. The rabbit smiled. Hello, Sir Alice. What a relief. Burden lifted down my shoulders. Now that this invitation has been delivered, I feel if you please to attend. I hope you enjoy the time. Good question, Oz. I wonder where you've seen it before. That certainly knows how to throw a party. Nobody at Wonderland had a party. I took the invitation away. The rabbit smiled, a distant look in her eyes. Is there anything else? Her attention returned to me. No, that's all. I won't bother you further. Please excuse me. Alice and I have a nice day. Down here a few times. Made her way. She made her way away. And soon went out of sight. And off she goes. The cat's eyes narrow with a grin. We were talking about something too, that white rabbit. She only cares about that mad queen. Her grin became mischievous. I've got a little secret about the Red Queen. Just a bit of gossip. Do you want to hear? Certainly. I was in a bit of a stump trying to find the rest of the Red Queen. First two pieces came along quite easily, as if delivered on a silver platter. But now I had to find some more clues. I waited for the cat to speak again, glancing at her flicking tail. She gestured for me to come closer. When I moved in, she flicked me sharply in the forehead, causing me to recoil in surprise and stumble back. I never said I would say. Try finding me later, Alice. Before I could respond to her provocation, she disappeared into thin air, leaving a grin floating before me for a short moment more. That is, if you can. With a flicker, the grin too vanished. What did the rabbit call her again? Alice? Huh? I never understood that line when I first read it, nor did I understand it the second time. I ran my fingers through my bangs and sighed. Looking around, I was alone on my search again. No, I don't want to do that. I did both apparently, good to know. Lovely to know. I returned to the path. I couldn't leave the cat's matter alone. Thinking of her taunting flick, I had no idea where she would be, for she always appeared and disappeared as she pleased. I returned to the endless tea party. I reached out with the Hatter to find out. Are you acquainted with the Cheshire Cat? The Hatter's eyes narrowed. Cheshire? The Hatter moved Dormouse as if she were upset. She's scary. The Hatter moved the March Hare as if he was exasperated. Always staying up in the trees. The Hatter smiled as she spoke. She's usually around the northern end of the forest. The cat always says that she has business, but she can't stay for tea. Even though I never invited her. The Hatter grinned. Yes, we're acquaintances, but definitely not friends. If you're looking for that cat, don't bring her back here. We're low on seats as well. As is. And then she sneers. Next thing you know it, you'll have to be chopped up to fit the teapot. What a weird hypothetical. So, trio of one gave me a jaunty wave. Taking the Hatter's words, I started off to explore the forest north. I walked down many twists and turns, stumbling across uneven ground. The path was rougher and the foliage thicker. I found out another living being in sight. No cats, no others. After a while, I reached a place with two signs, pointing opposite directions. One read, cliff. The other read, not a cliff. I let a chuckle, as they were straightforward enough, but I couldn't see where they led past bushes blocking beyond their arrows. The ring of a small bell entered my ears, followed by the clatter of metal shackles. Cheshire Cat? I received no response. Accompanying me here was only the breeze that would sometimes hit the leaves and the trees around me. I heard a soft rustling noise, but when I looked towards the sound, I saw nothing. I tilted my head to look further upwards and the world shifted. The air was pushed out of my lungs. A black and orange blur crashed down on me with great momentum, and the sky slammed me to the ground. It's Lyra. If my head had hit a different way, my skull would have cracked egg on the ground. I moved just in time to harshly bang my shoulder and said, I thought I'd get it done in one shot. The blur of the Cheshire Cat filled my spinning field of view. She had both hands around my neck, digging in her sharp nails. Her left arm flickered in and out of existence, as if it wasn't really there, creating an unbalanced pressure on my throat. Her grip tightened, drawing blood. I couldn't breathe. She squeezed even tighter. I tried to pry her fingers off my twitching hands clawing at her constricting grip, even scratching my own neck. More than the pain of flesh wound, I was getting lightheaded from the lack of air. I just barely forced her off my neck. He wheezed, coughing to catch a breath. I got my collar, grip on the left, flickering in and out, and slamming me back to the ground after lifting me up a little bit. What? I couldn't even ask why she was doing this. Why she was doing this, a vertigo overwhelmed me. Kicking and flailing randomly, I managed to push her off for a moment. I had to reorient myself, get to my feet, just roll away from her somehow. Which way? Which way? Cliff or not a cliff? Where are we going? What will be our fate? Will we cliff or not a cliff? You don't. No one knows. No one knows just yet. If we will cliff or not a cliff. Hmm. Delay pause and you can't take it back. Shame. Two shreds, you say. A real shame. Not a cliff it is. I jumped through the bushes, rolling in the direction of the sign that was not a cliff. I had made a good distance from the cat. I felt the ground disappear beneath me. Whoosh. It was all air below me. In a desperate flail, I grabbed onto a rock on the cliffside with one hand. I should have expected this from Wonderland. My injured shoulder throbbed as I tried to use that arm's hand for a second point of the cliff. I found that I couldn't pull my weight with that side. My uninjured side barely clung on. The rock dug into my flesh, and my fingers creaked, a trickle of blood starting down my palm. The rock, as well, shattered, as a hairline fracture showed itself. I tried to find a foothold with my legs, but even the slightest swing could throw me downwards, to my demise. With the angle of the cliff, I had no way to try. I winced. Still here? Still here? The Cheshire Cat looked down at me, pacing back and forth. She pretended to contemplate what to do next, while her shoulders shook with mirth. I squeezed my eyes shut to block out my dizziness. Why are you doing this? I had a bit of a revelation that Wonderland was mad, that's all. You and I were all mad. We both seem to have forgotten something very important. Even now, I can't seem to remember what it is. It's just about madness. I see. Sweat, probably more blood than sweat, made my grip on the rock slippery. Amusement at seeing me struggle showed in the cat's face as her grin grew and her tail of black flame roared. I don't suppose you'd help me up? Depends on what you mean. She extended her right arm, and grabbed my wrist. With a firm pull, she tore my hand off my rock and held me up by the wrist. Eyes of the daylight sky. I dangled in midair, feeling her lift me upward, and let go. Air whooshed past my ears. Long live the Queen. It's falling. Cliff! I tumbled through the bushes in a direction that labeled as cliff. Signs around here are nonsense written on them, many times more than not. As I expected, my choice direction had no cliff in sight. I shakily got to my feet and watched the cat do just as well. She immediately lunged at me again. This time I was more prepared. I kneed her in the stomach as she approached, grabbing her right shoulder, twisting, well, hooking my foot to hers. Putting her arm down, I heard a crack noise and made her fall to the ground with a triumph. Thump. A triumph for thump. Just in case, I kicked her away a bit. Ray was light like a cat. When waiting for an explanation, I started to fade away. She started to fade away, but I stepped on her before she could get anywhere. After a quick struggle, she relented and got up on her feet without any further fading. Cat spreaded, snarled, dusting off her jacket, her body. I can't fucking read. The Sister Cat frowned. I hadn't realized who you were before. My cloak may have a hood, but you've seen my face many times already, Cheshire. Just scowl. Wonderlands twisted up in time. She jeered. Isn't of logic doesn't work here. It's mad. Oh, mad. You might be Alice. Who is Alice? It's equivalent. Now that's the question you have to ask. Lips curled into a mocking smile. To start with, you don't know anything. Do you even know who you are, Alice? I'm Alice, that's all. I love life. That was a truth. That was my sole truth. She returned to a frown, deep in thought. I'm back, and I have ice cream. I have a ice cream in my hand. Ice cream! Oh yeah, it's Pop. Not Pop. Bye bye. I just don't know what brand it is. I didn't check. I have ice cream now. Ice cream. Ice cream! Vanilla popsicle thingy. Vanilla bar. Chocolate covered vanilla bar with peanuts. Mmm. Tasty. She returned to a frown, deep in thought. But who in the world is Alice? Outsider? A temporary visitor? I've just about figured out the most important part. Meanwhile, Leary is starting a new game because she finished the game, I think. Did Leary finish the entry center? And she's now doing a different game now? Is that what's happening right now? Because you're clearly not watching it right now. Clearly not doing that. Same. I just heard you change games randomly. That's all I know. If you figured it out, don't suppose you'll tell me? You are. You grimaced in pain. She placed her hand against her head. Then she took on a jeer. Somehow, you're much too similar to the Mad Queen. The Mad Queen. Oh, about that Mad Queen. You've been looking for her. But let me tell you this. She's been dead for a while now. Although I think you should already know. He scowls. Can't put it into words for some reason. Maybe it's just the way you look. The world. But you're definitely not the same type of person. In which way? Are you just trusting some gut feeling? Some delusion that I might be the same as someone whom I've never met? Yes. What a weird gut feeling. Bizarre. Or, as you say, someone who is long dead? She stares at me with determination. This world can't afford another Red Queen. Not even the chance of one. She vanished, taking the chance in our conversation. Criminals needed to be locked up. I looked all around, hearing the faintest sound of her shackles telling me that she was nearby, but I could not see her actual presence. So, why don't you do me a favor, Alice? Just go ahead and die. Her voice danced through the air formlessly. You have no qualifications to enact your form of justice, cat. That really is just like her to say. She appeared behind me and attacked again. We fell to the ground to tussle once more. She clawed me a few times, but I gradually gained the advantage. The cat favored her right arm, rather her left arm, after transient, coming in and out of existence, forcing her to avoid relying on it. I have something stuck in my throat. Wow, I love that. Much better. Her handicap forced her to falter more than my own numb shoulder did me. She fought like an animal. To be fair, she was an animal, fighting, clawing, and all the lights. She came at me with the intent to kill. We continued till we were both bloodied and bruised. Battle impact. Sound battle impact. I punched her straight in the face, causing her to bite her tongue and choke up a mouthful of red. Her head bounced on the ground, throwing her next moves into disarray. I hit the cat again. And again. Doing this with my bare hands wasn't exhilarating as much as it was just a matter of fact. I decided that I preferred this nuisance out of my hair. I noticed her right arm was stitched up. The arm felt familiar, as if it didn't belong to the Cheshire Cat. Alice. That cat was a thief. I wanted that arm. That arm didn't belong to you. Okay, we have two. Pog. Pog champ. So you're not going to the fair? No fair today? I see. That arm doesn't belong to you. Give it back, Cheshire Cat. Hello, Demon Slayer. Why should I? I ask politely because I would prefer to let you part with it on your own terms. And I'm no. I can tell, Bruno. I can see you go on and play Demon Slayer. It tells me you're going to Demon Slayer. It tells you that. You know that for a fact. If I must, I will take more drastic measures. It even shows up on stream, Bruno. Your stream is rude like that. The cat squirmed under me until I forced her down, sitting atop her body. Because I chose to tear it off last time. Good to know. I have no intention of staying in Wonderland. My current adventures, though, in this world are entirely My current adventures through this world are entirely to find a way back to my own world. As such, Cheshire, if you could hand over the arm. And we should have no further interactions. I will endeavor not to meet with you again, unless it has to do with my way home. I can't fight anymore. She left her muscles, signaling to me that she had given up. She uttered a scornful bark like a laugh as she acquiesces. Acquiesced. Fine. Give you the arm. So get off. Made a weak motion as if to push me off. No. Give me the arm first. Fine. Bruised, black and blue, bloody from our brawl, the Cheshire Cat twitched her stolen arm, looking at it hesitantly, as if unwilling to lose it. Shook her head. A faint cracking noise from her neck made her let out a whine of pain. She nudged her cape closer to her face and bit into it. Then, with a flickering left arm, body twisting in an odd position under me, she tore the arm off of her own body with a slow and bloody rip. I heard the oddest sounds of flesh rend from flesh. Through the cape came muffled groans, tears glittering in her eyes. After what seemed like eternity, the cat tucked the removed arm to the side, blood dripping out of the stump from which the limb was removed. The limb too made a crimson mess on the grass. Is that enough for you, Alice? I nodded. Now, get off. I stood up from the cat, and a wave of dizziness hit me along with a throbbing headache. She rolled over in pain, started pushing herself up, stumbling and falling a number of times onto the grass with an ugly red splat. Finally, limping up to her feet, the Cheshire Cat vanished. Now there was no more Cheshire Cat. Picking up the severed right arm, the limb appeared different from that now that it was detached from the cat. It more resembled its fellow limb, sans a riddle, torn sleeve. The broken shackle from its wrist fell off without me having to do a thing. Alice, Alice. Did you recognize this arm? Yes, I answered. This was the Red Queen's arm. A jolt of pain burst through my head. I did not know why I knew, and amidst my agony, I did not have the right heart to care. I stumbled, clutching my head. The world wrapped and blurred around me. I felt dizzy, looking at the distorted landscape. Or perhaps my dizziness itself distorted the landscape into an undulating thing that made me want to vomit. My adrenaline drained, the results of the fight began to show themselves. My whole body felt sore. The raging headache pounding at my skull would not subside. Black and red began to fill my vision. Oh! The ground! Shifting beneath my feet. Maybe. Falling. Alice was falling. My world turned to darkness, and all I heard was laughter. I slowly opened my bleary eyes to the sky. It was a starry night sky. A terrible headache battered my skull. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. So disoriented I was. I had no idea where I was. I patted around me and noticed that I still had the limb I just retrieved from me. My head hurt. Hearing footsteps, I pushed myself up in the same position and saw her. Looking around, I found that I was at the Hatter's place. Ah. I started to talk only for my throat to feel like sandpaper. Every time I blinked, my eyelids grew heavy again. A chill ran through my whole body. Uncomfortable, that was all I could say I felt. Although I had experienced quite a bit since coming to Wonderland, I had not thought I could catch a cold. Certainly that fight with that cat had battered me up. Don't speak, Alice. You're burning up. So no tea for you today. It must have still been tea time, for it was always tea time. However, today the Hatter decided to put the tea aside, even at tea time, for the sick me. She brought a cup of water to my lips, tilting it for me to drink. I drank and choked. Coughing and sputtering, I felt her wipe away the water that had spilled. If you drink too quickly, you'll drown. She handed me the cup directly, fingers just barely avoiding mine, but also grasping the cup firmly till she knew I wouldn't drop it. We're slowly, Alice. I've got to get something off the stove. Seeing that I had the cup in my hand, she hopped off in the direction of the stove. I thought back to when we first met. At the time, the thing on the stove had been a hammer. So I hoped that she would bring back something more pleasant. I sipped the water cup and waited, setting it aside once I finished. She returned with a bowl of porridge in hand. Sitting down next to me, she scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew it lightly to cool it off. As the porridge temperature settled, she moved the spoon towards my mouth. Feed me. My hands are full. I instantly opened my mouth, like a baby bird. I can eat myself. I would rather you not cannibalize yourself. She fed me porridge, spoonful by spoonful. Once the porridge was finished, she put the bowl aside, gave me another cup of water. While letting me sip the water, she wiped away the sweat on my forehead, and sweet. You're good at taking care of people. Really? I've never quite had... My words drifted off into silence as I thought back to what little I had to say about taking care of others and being taken care of. Hatter, the limb. I'll put it away for you. You know me so well, Hatter, and... I could really keep my eyes open. Rest well. Letters placed a cool, trembling hand on my forehead. Then, into the realm of hypno I fell. After a few days of good rest under the Hatter's care, I recovered to full health. I hadn't been so sick in years. Thank you, Hatter. What for? Don't linger too long on this crowded place. Off you go! Don't have some body parts left to find? Don't you have some body parts left to find? Singular, Alice. Or maybe two. You don't know where the head is. You don't know where you're heading. I will see myself through the door now, after making the same joke for the 10th time. Or not. I've got to reset to that position. Yeah. Yeah. I crawled back out in my chair. I'm good. Haha. So I do. See me once more healthy. She shooed me off. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. I was back on the forest path. The Red Queen was nearly assembled, missing only her head and a fourth limb. Onward, I continued, with my search so that she could send me home. I took out the invitation from the White Rabbit had delivered to me. Ran my fingers into the paper of the envelope, the imprint on the wax seal of some sort of animal. I tore the invitation open. Inside, I found a card and read it to myself. Alice. My hair's in my chest again. My hair's in my neck again. Whoop, I gotta fix that. We're good. Alice, let us request of your presence at our ball. Today, tomorrow, time eternal. Such is the state, the manner. You are required to bring a companion. Flipping the card over, I noticed something on a crudely drawn map. I followed the lines of the map and somehow pinpointed where I was in relation to the manor. I held nothing to bring to a party, nor to have a readily available guest. I pondered about whether I should go or not, seeing that I could put it off indefinitely. But with the Red Queen's part still missing, perhaps someone there would know. A duchess should have been close to the Queen, for example. At least, the tutors had mentioned. As for the +1, my mind wandered to my few human companions in Wonderland. I returned to the Hatter, who was having her usual tea time, and invited her. Hatter, won't you accompany me to the ball? She sneered. I'd rather not. I'd rather wouldn't. She glared at me with a displeased smile. Alice, did you have to request it that way? I'll trade you a favor. A favor for a favor. If you'll come to the ball with me, I can do something for you. Take some pity! Alice has no friends! No friends, no pets, no siblings, no one, none! Do favors have favor like butter? Do favors have flavor like butter? I would say I have at least one of the above. What sort of favor would you offer me, Alice? A limb? A tongue? A heart? Alice, you don't have anything I want. that I can't get myself. She momentarily grins ordinarily. A cup of free sugar. A cup of free sugar for your sandwich. Alice. Oh, here's the salt. I passed her the pepper as she slid the salt in a cup of tea over to me. Fiddling with the salt container, I tasted a spoonful of humiliation on top of my tongue. I have no friends. She said she has no friends. She really has no friends. The Hatter pouted. Do you have no friends? What am I? Marsh's favorite old butter stick? Her glare bores into me. Well, if you would... If she would... she says... I would rather not. Hatter doesn't matter. Around the nobles, like the Flutter, I'm no god. I'm good with the nobles. After all, I'm just a Hatter. Just a Hatter. For a second, her voice dipped. Her expression became somber. Hatter's better off here all alone. I barely heard the Hatter's low words. He sneered again. And it's also still tea time. How can we go off the wall when we've yet to finish afternoon tea? It's always tea time. She stirred her tea, watching as I slumped into my seat and played with the salt. Then the Hatter gave me a lonely look. But I rather appreciate you. My heart skipped a beat. Why, Alice? Just why did you find that slight smile somewhat charming? Clink! The sound of my teaspoon hitting against the rim of my cup broke me out of my thoughts. I looked down. Putting the cup to my mouth, I took a sip and found that I had put salt in my tea. Terrible. She smiled. Accompany me, Alice? When's the ball? Anytime. The Hatter sneered. So very nice of you to say it's not tea time here, then just not very good of you to be biased against tea time, don't you know? We finished off our tea and sandwiches. After a few more sips, I sneakily dumped the salted tea behind my armchair. The Hatter put down the dormouse and marched Hare away. After lingering at the tea table for a few moments longer, we got up to leave. He waved goodbye to the puppets, hesitant as if scared of leaving this place. Then we used the Saudi map on the back of the invitation card and to find our way to the Duchess's place. After a walk, we arrived at the manor. It resembled a large white castle, towering against the day sky, painted roofing. The Hatter shook her head, shook her legs, as if just that bit of walking had tired her out. Then again, the bag under her eyes conveyed that she hadn't slept well for a while. A guard stopped us at the entrance.
Halt! Please show your invitation card.
I handed the guard the card. He looked it over, glancing at me and the Hatter, before returning it to me. The guard gestured and led us inward, a few steps through the entryway.
Trenta guests must provide an arm. The arm will return to you whenever you wish to leave the party.
An arm? A limb? The guard nodded.
Please provide an arm.
Uncharacteristically, the Hatter said nothing the entire time to the guard. She warily looked at his sheathed sword, and shuddered behind me. Do not enter without providing an arm. The guard was getting annoyed. Annoyingly repetitive. Please brought it in. Would this time suffice? I extended my own arm to the guard, goading him to take it. If an arm is the entrance required, then an arm I will provide. The guard nodded, leading us to the side and having me keep the arm outstretched above the table. He retrieved a clean, shining blade. The blade glittered with the sun like the moon. With a clean cut, my arm came straight off. It fell to the table with a small bounce. A sharp pain hit the next moment. I stumbled back into the hatter, gritting my teeth as blood rushed out of the wound and dripping red. I could still sense my arm, a phantom pain attached to the bone. I clutched at the wound, although my still attached arm never touched the flesh. Although my still attached arm never touched the flesh itself, it soon became covered in blood as it shook beneath the stump. A doctor arrived with some sort of medicine that she applied to the wound. Ghostly chills covered the hurt till it turned to but and aching. Once the beating ceased, she bandaged my arm injury, warning me not to remove the bandage before I re-obtained my arm. Shaking her head about Mad Noble, she left. Alice, could you reattach such a limb? You weren't a lizard, but a mere human. A little light-headed, I shook off the question. Alice? The guard retrieved my arm, placing it into a sealed box before handing it off to another servant, who took it away to a safe place. You may enter, esteemed guests. The guard began to lead us in. Alice, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Well, what are you talking about, Hatter? We arrived at the Duchess's ballroom. The floor was wide open and remarkably polished. Golden chandeliers hung above, light reflecting against the floor. A few large round windows, a painting sat on the farthest wall. Although the hostess was nowhere to be found, servants milled around the floor with refreshments for the guests. A quartet performed in the floor. Food sat on tables on the sides of the room. On the ground were faceless people dressed up like clowns. Faceless people. They were uninteresting people. They sent a few glances our way as we came without much fanfare. Already I didn't like them. Perhaps it was their beady, pig-like eyes. For all that they were faceless, I saw only clowns and swine. I approached the group, thinking to gain some information. Hello. Hello to you as well. The guest seemed wary upon seeing me, but showed a displeased reaction upon laying eyes on the hatter, who had reluctantly followed me along. And a peasant. Which one was it? The one with the vermin. Where are your little ragged friends? The rat? And the hare. The Red Queen's little pet was happy to see them gone. The rabbit's always been like that. Rather than the rutting, she likes the cutting. An animal in such a position, I really do not approve. Her Majesty likes it. Well, she's gone now. You wouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that. Speak at the devil and she will come. The devil indeed. It's a shame that the White Queen's always been a little bird as a ruler. The Red Queen liked her well enough, and certainly, from the rumors, she's done something quite pleasant. For us, you mean? Jinx it? The group stage whispered amongst themselves as they pointed to the Hatter like they were looking at a spectacle. The Hatter at the time was simply staring off into space. Is that lunatic glaring at us? This is the problem with peasants. Is staring at us. My, how uncomfortable. I can't believe that thing rolls around with the animals. But the animals are all gone. At least. That's the least that Her Majesty has done for us in her petty red reign of pretty red rain. Now let's get away with the filth. The stench of vermin is unbearable. I must ask the Duchess about who can be let into her ballroom. Why let in the ballroom is a fucking stupid sentence that almost uttered in my mouth in absolute sincerity. A servant passed by with a tray full of champagne. One of the guests removed 2 flukes from the tray and offered me one, the slur in her word. Have some alcohol? You have some business with us? No. I shook my head and turned away. Drink should be shared only in pleasant company. Let's take our leave from these people, Hatter. Chitter, chatter, chitter, chatter. I noticed the other guests making snide comments on the Hatter and giving her the side eye. Must have been back from me, of all people. Must have been back from me, of all people. Saying those things to my person. Someone who was mine. My Hatter. They deserved punishment. Capital or otherwise. That was right, Alice. What a shame that I had no such power. Hatter looked rather upset. We moved to the sides where the food was seeing as people lingered by refreshments for long. The 2 of us picked up some cakes and snacks. A smile finally came to her face while we ate, albeit a sad one. As I tasted it, I couldn't help but feel that the Hatter made better food. A tingling sensation spread throughout my body as I ate. Hatter, what is this? My voice changed pitch as I talked. At one moment, I sounded squeaky as a mouse. Mouse? And at the next low was an elephant. Hatter grinned. Me too! Playing with the odd refreshments, we found ourselves speaking like animals. Meow. Woof. Meow meow. Woof woof woof. I wondered what she said. She looked so pleased as she made the world's greatest joke that had just gone unheard. Next we tried the pudding. Discomfort filled my heart as if something dirty was coming out with each pulse, with each squeeze of the ventricle pushing blood. Ventricle pushing blood through the aorta. Hatter looked a bit upset. She began to frown. I hate this! She frowned even deeper. Hate you? I don't know how to deal with this. Bet I'm a dog like you. Hatter sneered. I really, really, really hate you. It's Red. Red's fault. I'll kill. They're dead. So I'm alone. Hatter blocked her words and stopped. Fletch rather flustered. Woof. What needs to be done has to be done. But once it's done, we should certainly purge. It's been such a long time since I've got to punish that little bird. And to you, your head will make a great decoration. You're such a worthy soul inside. You're a lunatic and a fool. Putting a hand over my mouth and clenching my jaw, I shut up as well, till the distortion in my heart disappeared. Letter frowned for a moment. I didn't mean to say any of that. The pudding must have twisted our words. Letter smiled. I as well. Had it, Alice? Had the thing as well meant that? I wonder. As we experienced the strange food, the other guests continued to mingle and dance. This was a ball, so ball things they did. The music stopped along with the chatter. It was at this time that the Duchess made her appearance. She was a figureless woman who hid her face. Instinct told me that she was ugly, yet I could not see anything. Not disfigurement, nor beauty. She existed as Duchess, but could not be seen. She was only perceived. Tonight we have a special gift to be given to this single guest. Gestured to a servant behind her. Gestured and a servant came behind her with an item hidden under a red cloth. A hushed whisper ran through the ball, as everyone guessed what could be hidden underneath that. Underneath that would make the Duchess consider it special. We're holding a chess tournament, the usual game that ends when the king has fallen. Even here, where the king has long gone. Of course, the winner will receive the prize. The servant removed the cloth. All around, the guests let out a collective gasp. What, you may ask? Why, it could only be our dearest Majesty's leg. There was a severed leg, the Red Queen's leg. From the looks of the limb, it could fit perfectly under the torso's stump, sitting at the Hatter's place. Like the previous leg, it too was dressed with a black tight and adorned with a red shoe that had a red ribbon. May the best strategist win! The Duchess clapped. The servants began to move out, setting up tables and chess sets. In a matter of minutes, the matchup lists created and the tournament started. As I made my moves with Hatter, I thought back to all the chess I had played for the tutors. They would be relieved that at least I hadn't forgotten anything and anything and everything. Losing them each time had been a painful ordeal, so I too was glad that I remembered. The Hatter had a brilliant strategic mind. I watched as she flung her queen into a crowd of pawns, only for it to be eaten alive. She had a twisted smile on her face as she did so. Most of the time, we made our way to the finals, where we met with the last opponent, not at a table, but in a cleared out space in the ballroom with large chessboard overlays. The Hatter was grinning. The last opponent was the Duchess, naturally. Around her lined up stood 1 1/3 soldiers dressed up in black like chess pieces. What is this? Why, human chess! This is an imitation of bloody war. In this land without war, we must take steps to make it more interesting. That is what our dearest Majesty proclaimed. One of you two have to take the role of a piece, and otherwise I will provide the other pieces for you to play with. I exchanged glances with the Hatter. Even now I couldn't understand what went into those eyes, but I had already decided. Maybe I didn't want to see her potentially get hurt, as no one had cared for the life of a Hatter. Oddest, odder. What a thought to have. I rather liked her. I will take the role of a piece. I will take the role of... I chose to take the Queen's piece role, for the Queen had the greatest power. On the board, I donned a fake white crown and was given a sword. Hatter narrowed eyes with the same smile. Our white pieces shuffled in and took their positions on the board. Soon enough, the chessboard was set. A human-sized version of the strategy game unfolded. The Hatter started with the first move. Clang, clash. One by one, the pieces on the board fell, almost like dominoes. The Hatter was frowning. Perhaps not to a... No, a piece on the board cannot speak. We are players, and you are but a game piece. Finally, the Queen came into play. The game had proceeded smoothly. The Hatter did not use me much, eyes sometimes darting wildly back and forth between my not arm and board. Blood splattered across the barroom chessboard, as some pieces hit their opponents harder than others. The servants had to move them off the floor. Click, clack, the sound of chess. Today was clang, clash. Hatter frowned. Queen to F6. At the F6 position stood the Duchess's black queen piece. The hulking female knight with a cartoonish black crown eyed me as the Hatter spoke. I moved across the board, readying my sword to knock her down. My one-handed grip on the sword felt weak. The loss, even if temporary, of an arm threw off my balance. The blood loss left a lingering lightheadedness. I attacked only for my sword to be thrown out of my hand by the Black Queen's pieces parry. The Hatter frowned again. To make the matter show, the pieces had pretended to act out a fight each time one was taken down. The Black Queen took that mistake as my loss in the confrontation, deciding that the move must have belonged to her. She lifted her sword, cut me right open with a great slash. Oh! The Hatter's frown deepened. This is unfortunate. The Black Queen stabbed me again in the stomach. With a squelch, the blade pierced in and extended out of the back before being pulled out along the things that weren't meant to come out. A gurgling noise escaped my throat. I felt chunks move up my windpipe as I choked into my mouth. This iron, fleshy sensation surely wasn't a good sign. I grabbed my abdomen as the Black Queen stabbed me again. Black spots filled my vision. I slumped to the ground, unable to get back up. Red, red, red pooled out from beneath me, into the checkerboard. Alice, Alice, you were just gutted like a fish. Is this how the game our game ends? Is it? Dead end. Death 4. Description? 24. Wow. How many did I get? Missing 2 bed ends. Good to know. Yeah, I know it's gonna happen when they told us that her strategy was to throw the queen into battle and then she got murdered instantly every time. I chose to take the king's pieces role for the night, for the king was the end of the game. While I was given a fake white crown and sword, I was not a soldier. Our white pieces shuffled in and took their place on the board. In the game, enough chess pieces, human-sized version strategy included. The Hatter started with the first move. The Hatter had a wide smile. Land clashed more white pieces on the chessboard fell like dominoes. Perhaps don't deploy the queen? No, piece on the board cannot speak. We are the players, and you are but a game piece. He's the game dangerously close to me. The meadow filled my ears. Warm blood splattered all over my face as an overzealous knight beheaded our last bishop. Then guts spilled over my shoes when the Hatter took out the knight who had cornered me. Never been much of for strategy? Let her yawn and rubbed her eyes. Nice. All our pieces had died. Taken off the board, but with a smear on the ground aside from pawns, whereas the Duchess had taken far fewer losses. I had a feeling we were doomed. Oh well, can't do much about it. I'm playing lesbian. Alas, what can we do? No speaking! The game continued, and by mad luck, the Hatter made her way to the other side of the board. Promote it! Let that pawn turn into a queen! That's how it works, isn't it? I watched the Hatter turn the game around with her remaining X pawns. It is always a good time to watch him suffer in agony. The Black Knight was surrounded by queens. Women.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go! Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Let's go! The Hatter sneered. Checkmate, Duchess! Oh! Thank you for the lesbian, Possum. I forget that existed. I've got one bar to get with those. Jesus Christmas, that's a lot. Thank you. Then we cut him down. Hello! Welcome, Pumpkin Spike. Welcome. You're just in time to watch me kill the king. And also for lesbians. Or as the ream says, lesbians, because I can't type lesbians. Not enough? Then, do it yourself. The Duchess clapped her hands in congratulations. The servants cleaned the floor, wiping down. They made once more sparkling clean, as if red had not been spilled on a human facsimile of a game. One came along with wet towel for me to wipe away anything that had gotten on me during the match. Congratulations, you are a true pair of master strategists. With this, the competition is concluded. You two are the winners. Would you like to take your prize now? That should lift into an O. Yes! That her bobbed her head up and down rapidly. The Duchess gestured a servant over. Our dearest Majesty's leg. Do take good care of it. Do care for it well. She comes back, and if she comes back, do take care of it well, lest she comes back and has you punished for disregarding, disrespecting the crown. He took the leg from the servant and handed it to me. I hope you enjoy the rest of the ball. The Duchess left again with her servant following after her. She seemed to have enjoyed the chess tournament just as quickly as she left. The chess setups were cleaned away. Guests returned to eating, drinking, and dancing. Let's leave. He had a lonely smile. She had no intention of stay, neither had I, having accomplished the unexpected boon of finding a piece of the Red Queen. We maneuvered through the manor, eventually finding ourselves in a long hallway, just as regal as the ballroom. A red carpet rolled out along its length. We found a servant to leave and were redirected outwards. We retrieved the sealed box with our entrance fee and handed it over. He had her open the box for me. Inside lied my arm and a small jar of the same medicine from before. My arm still felt fresh. I unraveled my bandage to find an unchanged wound. Popping the arm back on the stump, I felt a strange knitting sensation. At the connection point, I applied the medicine to the arm. With a squishing sound, my arm was reattached. The only remnant of its severance was a thin pink line that slowly faded into my skin. We exited the building and came to a garden. We had taken a wrong turn. It was an elegant garden with plenty of flowers and triangular hedges. In the center was a fountain. Looking around, we spotted an exit at the far end of the garden, and the Hatter made a move to leave. I tried to stop her, extending a hand. We didn't have a chance to dance. We didn't have a chance to dance. Won't you give me the honor of one dance, Hatter? I won't. Ah. Maybe just one with you, Alice. She made an awkward smile. I can't dance, I'm dexterous. My hands, but not much with my feet. Oh. Dexterous with your hands, you say? Hatter doesn't fit well with these things. Isn't that a problem? She hesitantly stretches out her hand, fingers hovering over mine. Don't balk me, Possum. You were thinking the same thing. You were thinking the same thing, Possum, and I know that for a fact. She looked somber. Don't worry. Let me lead. I took her hand, and we danced, humming in place of an instrumental quartet. I led her in steady steps, ignoring the way that she stumbled over my feet. Left, right, left, right. Perhaps this was the most enjoyable dance I've had yet. I curled the Hatter around. She was so light. Alice? She still had that lonely, awkward, somber expression on her face. Alice. Hatter? You might not be so bad after all. She made an expression like she wanted to cry. I rather like you, Alice. Only Alice. What a weird saying. I rather liked her too. I gave her another twirl, and she let go. I reached out my fingers, but she moved her hand away. The Hatter popped back into a skip and a spin. Thus she stood by her lonesome. Close your eyes, Alice. I did as she said. I felt her roughly stuff the leg into my arms. I heard a faint tapping noise, reminiscent of a footsteps moving away from me. Then, there was nothing. I waited and waited and waited. Alice, how long did you want to wait for her? I waited a long time, clutching the leg in my hands. When I opened my eyes, the Hatter was nowhere to be seen. Did she leave me behind? Although I walked around the garden, she was nowhere to be found. I decided to leave as well. Taking one last pass through the garden, I made my way through the exit. I was back to the forest path. A sudden vertigo struck me. Wow, 30 saves. Must have been a long day, I reasoned as I held a hand to my forehead. While trying to steady myself, my brain spun like a sloshed up pit of mud. This discomfort in my heart returned. I leaned back against a tree to take a break, looking upwards, eyelids flickering. I wondered if the sky had always looked so far away. The sun was beginning to set, orange hues beginning to enter the picture. My free hand propped against the bark, sliding downwards unconsciously. I closed my eyes for a moment. Darkness. At some point I made my way back to Hatter's place. Hello, Hatter. I handed over the limb I had obtained, at least from what I could tell from the passage of time. It should have been only recently that I had taken this limb from its past owner. I didn't know. The Hatter took the limb and threw it into the dog cage with all the others. She grinned. With this, you've gathered all of Your Majesty's limbs. Oh, so I have. You look terrible right now, Alice. Again? Her eyes narrowed. Like us. Like us. I'm tired. Hatter smiled. Take a nap. Tea time isn't going anywhere, not unless time grows back its severed head and walks away. Don't you think? We can always a little longer. Thank you. I slumped back into my armchair, sinking into the oddly scented cushions. She sneered. Good night, Alice. This may be the last. Then, she looked a little lonely. I almost felt a little sorry. But Dormouse, Marsh, I won't stop. I didn't hear what the Hatter said afterwards over the raging white noise of my headache. My vision blurred, eyes becoming watery, eyelids heavy. I fell asleep. Then I was dreaming, falling into dreaming. Tick tock, tick tock. I jumped over a throne. A dark and terrible throne, so horribly cold. It was such a lonely throne. But the eye on the throne was arrogant and happy to be alone. No, I thought even she had someone she loved. A beautiful person. Yes, the person you love was a beautiful person. So fragile and beautiful that she wanted to slowly tear off that person's wings. But her love was wrong. If she wasn't happy, then she would lose everything. Alice, Alice, you were exactly this person. No, I wasn't. Was I? As I opened my mouth to speak, blood began to leak through my lips. The only sound that came out was an empty gurgle. Weren't you happy? No. I could not talk. I could not taste. Even through the red dripping of my chin, I felt as if my tongue had been snipped out, blood choking me. Gasping in nothing but liquid, I gasped from my throat. Alice. I was drowning in this dream. You were never happy. Never. When I woke, I forgot all about the dreamt. When I woke, I forgot all that I dreamt of. I opened my eyes to an empty feeling in my mind. Disoriented, I nearly rolled off my armchair in which I had gone to sleep. I sat up and stifled a yawn, rubbing the bridge of my nose. I blinked, and blinked again, chasing away my haze. I felt as if I had forgotten something very important. In the meantime, the Hatter brought over a decorated cake, much more elaborate than the usual snacks at our eternal tea party. It was the cake with cream and fruits, 2-layered, even, with flowers and pictures carved up with the food ingredients. I could only call it a pretty cake. She grinned cheerfully, winking, cheekily winking. Just in time for tea, Alice! I'm back, by the way. I had to do something real quick. As I got up from my armchair, the Hatter lightly pushed me back down. my behind landing on the cushion with a soft bounce. It seemed I could not but sit. She stared at me before sticking a handful of candles into the cake, lighting them with a match. Match. The Hatter made a devilish wide grin. Click, the flame glowed on the head of the match, for just a few seconds. After settling the candles, began clapping her hands at an unsteady rhythm. Happy unbirthday to you. Happy unbirthday to you. Happy unbirthday, dear Alice. A terribly offbeat, off-balance song she sang, and her voice warped as she said my name too. A certain darkness flickered in her mismatched eyes. She sneered. Happy unbirthday to you. I didn't understand. I couldn't understand. I simply watched as she finished the song with a small clap and pushed the cake a bit close to me. What is this for, Hatter? Certainly today was not my birthday. Didn't I tell you? Just remember, you get a special prize for bringing me all 4 limbs, Alice. It's not your birthday, it must be your unbirthday. All 364 days of the year. Picking up a knife, she cut into a slice of the cake and slid it over to me. I caught it in a hurry, and soon enough she poured me a cup of tea. That too came rushing over. I noticed a hammer on the table next to the cake knife. She gestured, urging me to have a taste. The calmly scent of the tea wafted to my nose and mixed with the sweet, milky cream. The celebratory cake slice looked so charming I almost felt it a shame to eat. I picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. This is my favorite. After enjoying some tea, I started on the cake. As I ate, the Hatter placed a box before me. She was still sneering. "Me present, Alice! Chop it open! Smash it open! Any way you'd like to!" I surveyed the box, an odd and plain box, just big enough to store an animal. From the outside, I could not tell what would lie inside. I cracked a small... Oh, my throat's dry. Shit. Get my water. Pain. Pain. I'm back with water. I have aqua. I cut open a small gap. I registered what might be hidden inside. Shadows blocked my vision. I saw nothing. Thank you, Possum. This is a hydrate for you. Thank you, Possum. This is a hydrate for you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Shadows blocked my vision. I saw nothing, but I heard it. Small gurgling. A low gurgling. Drowning sound of a strange and a strangled voice. One that sent a chill rolling up my neck. throbbing headache hit me again. In one go, I flung the lid open. I flung the lid off. Inside was a head. A bloodied head. Huh? A head. A woman's head. A girl's head. A head that would have been dead. That should have been dead. A large ruler face that was too foreign face. I didn't quite understand what I was looking at, even as the world seemed to shift around me. Her matted hair was blonde. Her bloody skin was pale. But her unfocused eyes were not blue. Rather, they were red. Alice, you knew. Alice, you knew who that face belonged to. Alice. Whose head is this? I stumbled to my feet, to back away only to fall back to my armchair, my loss of equilibrium. This wasn't right. The face looked just like mine. Just almost. I clutched my neck. I reached to make sure that I was still here. That this was the Red Queen. It was Alice. This was a severed head, Alice. Whose head is this? I wanted to ask, but instead a strangled cry escaped my throat. I couldn't move my eyes away from this so-called prize that the Hatter had given to me. Blood pooled at the bottom of the box, sticky and dark. How terrible. I reached a trembling hand to touch it, but it wasn't my place to try to close her eyes or put her to peace. The head was still moving, twisting in a squelch and squish. Its wet, ragged sounds of grasping, breathing echoed in my skull. I drew my hand back and covered my ears. I couldn't look away. Now, aren't you glad you didn't find Her Majesty's head? As if laughing at me, as if she didn't truly mean that, with an odd tilt of her voice. As she spoke of the Red Queen, the Hatter confirmed the head's owner. She walked over to the Red Queen, flinging the dog cage open and popping the limbs onto the torso, one by one. As they reattached, they began to flail and grab at the Hatter. This time, she was prepared and grabbed her hammer. Hatter? With a pair of loud bangs, the hammer nails through the corpse's hands into the Red Queen's chair, red dripping to the ground. The hands twitched, the body writhed. A ghostly pain ran up my arms. As my stomach churned, I felt dizzy. What? Hatter? I discovered that I had nothing to say, even though I always had thoughts racing through my head. I had nothing to say. Alice, that was why you were worthless. Ask something. Anything. I touched my face as if my lips had curled up without thinking to. Did you want to leave this place? Now you found the Red Queen. If you have something you'd like to talk to her about, I'll let you take care of that before I proceed with my own business. She pushed the Red Queen over, chair scraping against the ground, with a hideous squeal, and stopped only when I sat face to face with the headless, shifting body. Taking the head out of the box, the Hatter put it onto the body. The skin and meat deformed, contorting, till the pieces of the neck meet exactly where they should. Then, it all knitted together, with something unnatural crawling under the skin. I shudder at the hollow sound made from the corpse as her throat connected. The Red Queen looked at me with dead, red eyes. I didn't know what she went through, but she looked terrible. I realized that I hadn't even asked who killed her like this, nor who killed her like this, nor had I ever stumbled upon an answer the same way I had found all the limbs. This was the Red Queen. Alice. This was me. The quest I had been pondering on, the wish to go back home, the want to ask her for help, they all flew out of my mind. Because this wasn't right. The face I was looking at, that battered and bloodied as it appeared, was not right. It couldn't speak. I couldn't speak, but she did. Mouthing words yet making no sound besides the hollow whistle of a crushed throat. The Red Queen began to talk without saying anything. Her tongue was missing, and she had to do something about that. I grabbed the cake knife from the other side of the table. I know. Without hesitation, I thrust the knife into my mouth and began to cut, ignoring how the metal choked my airway, the blood poured out and dripping out from between my lips. I sawed back and forth with a slightly serrated knife, much too dull, tearing through my tongue. I cut and ripped and thawed. Collected by one little string of flesh, the tongue I ripped it off by force. I didn't want to swallow the piece of meat lingering in my mouth, coughing and choking. It off my lips, walked soon right past my fingers. Knife clattered to the ground. My head hurt more than my mouth, temples throbbing. Alice belonged to the Red Queen. I spit the bloodied lump of tongue into my hands and gave it to the Red Queen with shaky hands that doubled and then tripled in my contorting vision. She seemed to swallow it. I heard a crunch from inside my mouth, a disgusting sound. Alice! Alice! She smiled as I mirrored with a shaky smile. What a time for madness. With her hands still nailed to the chair, she shifted, crossing her legs as if to make herself a tad more comfortable, while she laughed silently at me. I heard the Hatter call out, but only the Red Queen's voice reached my ears. Red, red, red. Wouldn't stop flowing from my mouth, dripping past my lips, pouring down my throat in a viscous metallic flow. How have you enjoyed my domain? Everything was spitting. I sputtered out a wordless response as I grew lightheaded. Drowning in my own blood, the red was spilling all over my armchair. No? I certainly have to clean up all the vermin that gathered when I was gone, and all the thoughts that mine should never have had. She lifted her hands and tore out the nails lodged the flesh. Quickly, the skin and muscle knitted together, leaving but a faint pinkish color on her skin. Picking up the nail, she threw them, like darts, towards the Hatter. although I couldn't look towards the Hatter, had an ugly, piercing sound. For example, my little white bird. The Red Queen gave me a hand of applause. Alice, your job is done. Well done, myself from another world. This is the best that you have accomplished in my life. You have my commendation. I couldn't breathe each time I gasped and wheezed. Only liquid flowed down my airway. Red painted my lungs red. I slumped over, trying to hold myself up, even as I continued to bleed, so much red that I couldn't bleed any further. Breathe so much red. I couldn't breathe any further. This was it for Alice. Dead end 6. Death 6. 78%. Wow. I missed one dead end so far. What a time. I think I know what the dead end is. I have an idea. Anyways, let's ask for the tongue. I tried to find my own tongue. Something with a pulsing pressure in the back of my head before I could articulate my own inquiry. Hatter, where's the Red Queen's tongue? I didn't want to hear her voice, so I tore it out. Fed it to the dogs. The Red Queen wasn't complete without a tongue, although she squirmed in the chair, causing the nails to creak. It seemed like she didn't truly have her soul. Hi Zoe, welcome. How are you? Did you enjoy watching the very wholesome and not weird and totally not incestuous visual novel? VODs? Smiley face? Alice, you were so close. The corpse looked upon us with stagnant eyes. This should mean I needn't bother searching for it, then. What were your intentions, Hatter? Yeah, I can tell. But how you're still playing it right now? Am I the Red Queen? At this point, I still know nothing about the Red Queen, but she hid my face. No, poor Zoe. Poor Zoe. Head pat. Where are they? Wait, I have head. Can I see any? Can I see any head pats? I can't see head pats from his egg cuddle. Close enough. Pats for Zoe. At this point, I still knew nothing about the Red Queen, but she shared my face, and for the various gossips I overheard of the ruler. Alice. Looking at the Hatter's mismatched eyes, you could see what she thought for the first time. She was sneering. What do you think? He frowned at my silence. Let me tell you a story, Your Majesty. So, I was Your Majesty now. As the Hatter spoke, she appeared frustrated, angry. A long time ago, in this corner of Wonderland, there lived a group of 3 friends, a mouse, a hare, and a hatter. They lived far away from bustling society, usually just coming together for tea. I made hats, and they did mouse and hare things. Once we had been dragged to perform like clowns for visitors to this kingdom, but only that once. For Her Majesty hadn't quite appreciated our lack of skill. Her Majesty were in the court of law, a strict queen, some called her a mad queen, some whispered, a tyrant most could never even dare to say. I think this story should be predictable. Don't you? We were called into court one day. The reason? Maybe only be judged. She proclaimed us guilty. Had us sentenced. I, for no reason, received the lightest sentence of the day. I came away with my neck still attached, not knowing a thing. Thrown into prison, I starved only just that much when I came out. Streets were filled with newly spilled blood, and two very their heads rolled my way. Crows feasted on carrion, only for even them to be swept away by the Queen's cards. Crows, I read that already. Do I need to explain it further? Perhaps you really are blind and deaf. Dormouse and March Hare are dead! For what? For the sole crime of offending our world's tyrant? And so the Hatter has been all alone for a long, 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 long time. I can never forgive the Red Queen. And her smile disappeared. She looked disappointed. But she went and up and died. Who let her get away like that so easily? She did it again. You are the same entity as the Red Queen. I can't let you go. Don't you understand? She glared at me. Hatter, for the sake of my revenge. You have to die, Alice. She spun the hammer in her hand, her face devoid of mirth, as she stepped close to me, meeting my eyes with their mist-matched pair. This is my justice, Alice. Goodbye, Alice. Goodbye. She raised that hammer in her hand above my head. Why did she look like she was about to cry? Then I was falling. Falling. I was falling down this rabbit hole with no start nor end. I was falling. My skull and brain pieced itself together, twisting as if going back in time. I re-experienced the pain of having my head caved in with a hammer. I was going mad. A wetness, perhaps tears, perhaps brain matter, rolled down my face as I tried to comprehend. I should have died. I felt as if I was remembering something very important. I landed in Wonderland once more. Alice? First person to greet me was once more the White Rabbit. I grabbed at my head, only to find no injuries, no red, no longer able to differentiate between dream and reality. I questioned if I had merely been hallucinating the whole time. Then I was falling again. I died again. Alice, Each time I fell, I came back down. Alice! I became a hazy world. It became a hazy world. I did not become that. It became a hazy world. A distorted world. A world that was beginning to lose its colors. Time and time again, falling as his seemed to vert. The hourglass turned back the hand of the clock, each time going into another past. Before I knew it, the rabbit had changed. Your Majesty? He was a bit more polite. Your Majesty. Perhaps a bit more cruel in her eyes. A bit less restrained with the darkness in her gut. She called out to me each and every time. Majesty! The rabbit was my starting point. My saving point. Falling. I kept falling. Uncontrollably falling, landing, dying, falling, and I no longer felt as if I had control over my own body anymore. My world flickered on and on. It hurt. Dying hurt. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. I skipped. Alice, you had to deal with this. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I really didn't want to. I didn't want to deal with this anymore. Again, I fell. I felt my body on the ground. With hazy eyes, I saw a familiar figure. I heard it speak with a familiar voice as murmurs reached my ears from all around. Her face, her words, not a single thing could I make out. Before I even got a chance to see the rabbit, a growing familiar sensation struck me. Pain. A sharp agony burning in my arms till I suddenly could not feel my fingers, and the same came to my legs. Chop, chop. There they went. A limb, or two, or three, or four. Off they went. Until suddenly, I had none for myself. Soon a blade cut through my neck, sawing as it got stuck and stabbed again and again at the till the head finally came off, and I was falling again. Drowning, with the flashes clogging in my throat. As it all retouched, I came to a realization. Oh! I understand. I understood. Alice. Understood. I was done. I'd certainly gone mad. I couldn't have handled this anymore. Even if I still wanted to go home, it wouldn't do me any good anymore. Maybe this was a dream, an illusion. Just how long was I supposed to keep falling? Alice, you would never awaken from this dream. Then I was falling again. I decided to stop thinking. And only keep falling. Tick tock. Tick tock. I opened my eyes. The courtroom with an air of fear. Watching. I was simply watching another's eyes, sitting in the back of my head without a single meaningful thing in my mind. I was watching. She stood in the courtroom, arms thrust before her, commandingly, a wild smile on her face. She wore a regal red dress adorned with gold and black and red ribbons. Her hair was blonde, her skin was pale, but her eyes were red, and certainly not blue. Behind her stood the white rabbit, ears quite straight, a mad grin on her face, with mad papers and mad scrawls in her hand. Majesty, The body moved, without me thinking to do anything. I no longer cared to do anything. Body, without me thinking to say anything. I no longer cared to say anything. It didn't matter. If I could have, I would have stopped watching. It was not because the sights were horrific, but because I no longer wanted to deal with anything and everything. Not even the matters of the Red Queen. A dog, a cat, a bird, a girl, a boy, a person who was neither a mother, a father, an elderly. One by one they came to be judged. Some begged, some cried, some fought, some silently accepted their fates. The rabbit read out their accusations for show, allowing for the Red Queen to proceed. However, there was only one result. Guilty. At some point, she began to laugh. At some point, I began to laugh. As ruler, I have sovereignty over my citizens, and at the same time, I am responsible to make this kingdom prosper. A prosperous kingdom must have law and order. Do you understand? Off to the gallows! Be gentle, Majesty. Be gentle for mercy. Be glad for mercy, criminal. Glory to Her Majesty for her benevolence. Cards, bring the next one in for Her Majesty. If you reported her brother-in-law engaged in gossip and planning treason against the crown by speaking ill of Her Majesty. A single sentence, a simple sentence, a simple sentence. It's a beheading for this bird. Bring her away. Cards. The accused of this card in house. She's also seen stealing from the rubber citizens, assaulting merchants, and spreading rumors about Her Majesty's state of mind. She only have recently as cards were unable to capture her previously. Her legs. Your Majesty is truly brilliant. As for her sentence, cut off her arms so that she can't commit crimes any longer when she reaches for the afterlife, and throw her into prison to await execution by skinning. What will a cat rug look like without her arms? A criminal's skin is much too rough for a good rug. Off with the cat. She seemed to think for a moment and snapped fingers, rendering the cat's arms from her body in an instant. And execute the cards who failed to capture her before. We have no need for worthless cards. Next! Next! The Red Queen, I didn't know if she was happy. While she convicted the accused, I inadvertently began to lose track of my surroundings, only to be jolted back by a partially interesting sentence. The accused? Before the rabbit finished speaking, the accused rushed the Red Queen. The Red Queen gestured with her hand, and unseen power slammed the Queen down to the ground, creating a crack on the marble flooring of the courtroom. Presumptuous. The force tore fingertip-sized meat piece by piece from the criminal, leaving it withering in the floor as it rolled around, trying to get her to stop. Have you forgotten who you belong to? The Red Queen finished once. The criminal was ripped into a pile of red pulp on the ground, to be swept away by the cards. I was smiling. The Red Queen was smiling. Next! The day in court continued until the courtroom was devoid of life. She worked on paperwork after court. Between stacks, she conversed with ministers who swore nervously each time she met with beady eyes. Finishing up her important documents, she proceeded to go for a brisk walk and practice swinging the sword here and there. Bringing the Red Queen a towel and water, the rabbit asked if she wanted to visit White Queen today, which the Red Queen decided against. Dinner time arrived soon enough. She sat in a large dining room, at the end of the long table all alone. A sumptuous meal was served in red wine, with red wine before her, but she had no one to share it with. The food tasted all right. More importantly, it had been poisoned. The chef used just a little too much of the meat. It began to lose its charm and turned to mediocrity. The Red Queen called the chef over. His eyes darted around the room wildly, knowing that he had nowhere to escape. His legs shook, and he fell to his knees, beginning to beg. The Red Queen took his sword from a decorative suit of armor in the room. Off with his head for darting, trying to poison the queen. Watching as the servants cleared away the chef's remains, she returned to her meal, which had been quickly placed. She took a sip of wine. Poisoned wine. Next day, she returned to the courtroom. One by one, the numbers diminished again, and even those in the jury were not spared if they made the slightest lie. Sight. The rabbit smiled while with glee, writing down the names of the criminals who were to be executed. Not a few times she took the job herself, on axe in hand, and boots scorching in blood. The Red Queen enjoyed her judgment court. Wonderland was her domain, its people her pieces. If they became disobedient, then she would never let them throw her possessions into disarray. Some days she didn't go working on governance. Other days she did, working on her world's peace. These times continued until one day the Red Queen fell asleep when I was still awake. Curling my fingers, I discovered I was in control. I walked over to the back balcony, seeing the ground terribly far away. I lifted myself over the balustrade and threw myself off. Air rushed past my face. Splat. Falling, falling, falling. I was falling again, back through time to interstice between the different times and different worlds was still incomprehensible as before. My body knitted together from its mangled form and returned to Wonderland. Falling. I fell straight onto a table. Bam. I returned to an iteration of the Hatter's pace. Sprawled out on the table, I glanced upward, saw that familiar pair of mismatched eyes. Unfamiliar. She jumped, looking surprised. Do I know you? No, not quite. Could you get off the table? I do need to put down the tea and snacks at some point, if you understand. She smiled. The Hatter seemed different, as if a heavy weight had yet to be set on her shoulders. I got off the table and stood awkwardly around the familiar place. Natter set down her teapot. She was preparing a tea party of sorts, causing me to realize that I had never seen her do set up, as things were always already on the table. What's your name? Alice. I'm Alice. You should be Hatter. Mm-hmm. She furrowed her lips into an owl. Is there somewhere you need to go so badly that you broke my table? No. I have nowhere. Well, why don't you take a seat? No one uses that armchair over there. Two armchair, they say. You know how armchairs are. Made a wild smile. I hesitantly approached my armchair. The chair looked newer than mine before. When I sat, I sank into the soft cushions, even though it reminded me of the hammer. Through my skull, the chair did not do anything wrong. I clenched my chest. You want having tea? What time is it? This person hated me. Perhaps she did not hate me yet in the moment. That we were meeting. Now what? But she hated me all the same in the future, in my present. I shouldn't have cared, but my heart hurt. The clock says 15 minutes before 4. It's almost tea time. Maybe it already is. And we've marched in Dormouse, so it's probably not yet tea time. Tea time, after all, is just state of mind. I see. Looks at Alice. Do I? I raised my hand to my face, turned to my cheek. I certainly was not smiling. What's your favorite tea? She retrieved a tea set to place on the table, bringing not 3 cups, but 4. 1 cup and saucer was put before me. I enjoy black tea. Recently, I've grown fond of Earl Grey. What about you, Hatter? She winked. I like any tea, but I also rather like Earl Grey. I'm not sure why it's an Earl rather than a Count or Duke, but I'm sure the tea tastes best an Earl. I've heard that it's named after a minister. Or perhaps the minister was named after the tea. Fancy that. Your name is Grey, so your Majesty. So Your Majesty tells you to become an Earl Grey. And it looks happier. A film of water built up over my vision, turning it blurry. I must have gotten something in my eyes. A hiccup bubbled in my throat. The water wouldn't stop. Though still smiling, she seemed to start to look worried. Oh, why are you crying? Tears rolled down my cheeks as I hurriedly tried to wipe them away with my hands. I had to look completely concerned. I really can't explain. This is so odd. Awkwardly, she smiles. Eat cake. Do you like cake? Would you rather have a sandwich? Or maybe something salty? If you're lacking salt and sugar, I'll go a little crazy like that. Ooh. I'll go a little crazy like that. She pours me a cup of tea and passes me some cake with a set of utensils she was just getting out. She gave a caring look. It tastes good. Drinking the tea and eating the cake, I noticed a much more amateurish flavor than my Hatter, the future Hatter, would make. However, it tasted good. Maybe it tasted happier. My shoulders shook up and down for a while. I cried for the longest time. I hadn't cried since I was a toddler. My eyes pink. Once my tears stopped, I cleared my throat and averted my eyes from the Hatter. Compliments to you, Hatter. The Hatter beamed. Why, thank you! We sat together in a peaceful silence for a while. Afterward, she turned her head and exclaimed, There! There they are! A sleepy little mouse and a hare with a straw hat approached from the forest path. They looked like the little puppets my hatter wore, often on her hands. Looking at me in curiosity, they took their seat at the table. A guest? Looks like a pest. Don't be rude, Marsh. 3 is already a crowd. No more. No room. No room. In the crowd, but there's a party. If we had 5, then, well, we can think about that later. Don't make a girl cry, Marsh. This is Alice. This is Marsh. Fucking mouse, stop trolling. This is Marsh, hair. This is your mouse. Fucking mouse, shut the fuck up. For fuck's sake, mouse, stop scrolling. Halfway through each topic, the dormouse seemed to snooze off and dip her head, her little nose into her tea by accident. Did Hatter make you cry, Alice? She's a lady killer. She is. I've always known it. Dormouse, wake up for the gossip. Right here, Marsh. Looks like butter. She looks like butter. It's the yellow hair. It's the yellow hair. Butter. Butter. She looks a little silly, like a... Her brain's been all turned up, but she looks like good butter. I couldn't help but crack a slight smile at their antics. More sunny than buttery. Do you want butter, Alice? No, thank you. I'm quite alright. Put aside. Alice! Alice! The Marsh hare and dormouse pulled me to the side for private conversation. Hatter seems to fancy you. Not so directly. Ha ha ha, don't raise your voice, dormouse. Dormouse. That's usually my line, Marsh. You can't own a line. Now you can. Now can you? Marsh is right. That earth looks fondly upon you. You do seem nice. Kind of dumb. Seems nice. I still approve. I am just saying, alright? Alright? Be good to Hatter. Be good to our Hatter. We can't be around for forever, so... You have to promise this, Alice. I have a feeling that this is very important. Throw it on a stick of holy butter. He won't be here for very long, but... No. I'll promise. I've thrown everything that I could ever be precious to. I swear on everything that could ever be precious to me that I'll treat her well if we meet again. And she's back to bed. Dormouse, dormouse. We returned to Hatter. The 4 of us continued chattering over tea. I enjoyed tea time. I really did. Yet I didn't belong here. And I didn't deserve you either. I knew that my presence would just throw everything into disarray. Finishing my tea, I stopped the Hatter from refilling my cup. The Hatter shaped her mouth into a surprised "Oh, I had a wonderful time today. I have to leave. This place isn't mine, but thank you for the tea again, Hatter. You too, Marsh and Dormouse." Hatter smiled. "It was nice meeting you, Alice." I already knew you from the future, but it was also nice to see you, Hatter. It was a shame that my Hatter didn't feel the same way. Alice, what did you feel for the Hatter? Something precious. Hatter winked with her cheeky grin. "See you later." I wanted her to be happy. Peterson. Giving her a weak wave, I left the happier Hatter. I didn't particularly have a place to go, Home. That was no longer my goal. Walking away, I wiped away the tears that welled up again. Eventually, I was falling again. I died. That much I understood. However, I seemed to have forgotten how I died. This last time, and in a way, I knew that I couldn't keep doing this. Alice, this was your last iteration. The power letting you keep falling had already run out. The next time you wouldn't come back to Wonderland any time. As my body pieced itself back to place, I waited for myself to stop falling. I burst back to my relative present and hit the ground softly. Laying back flat on the ground, I grasped the grass below me and cut my fingers on the blades above me. The sky was terribly blue. No matter who I was, the world would move on without me. However, people would not so simply move on, be it a matter of hate or a matter of love or just a matter of apathy. The connections people had were difficult to sever. Before I realized it, a certain person entered into my heart. I want to see Hatter. My Hatter. Alice. You really are no good. No, it's better to say that I really am no good. I had already fallen for that mad Hatter. She wormed her way into my heart unintentionally as she threw me onto a wild duck chase for the Red Queen's dismembered parts in her revenge. I wondered how she felt now that she had her goal fulfilled. The final look on her face that I saw before I died was painful. It was painful not because of the crushing of my skull, but because of the constriction of my heart. I looked at her. A strange girl, a lonely girl, ultimately a terrible, kind girl who stumbled along a bloody path. That who the blooder the Hatter was. I'm sorry. I picked myself up. Useless Alice had a want. Not one of obligation, not one of what should be. Because really, had I really wanted to go home? Not one that tutors or anyone forced upon me. I wanted to find the Hatter. I started walking. Started running. Down that forest path once more. There she was, all by her lonesome. The bags under her eyes had not lightened at all. She listlessly played the brim of a teacup, and she just suddenly saw me. She frowned deeply. Why? She harshly stood up. Why did you come back? She became enraged. Why could you just disappear? Grabbing the plate off the table, ignoring the pastry atop it, she chucked it at me. Smashed the plate, brushed me and shattered on the ground, leaving me a mangled lump of sweets and porcelain. Alice! Alice! She slammed the table, originally forcing her hands down with great momentum before suddenly coming down as she smacked it. Wincing, the Hatter let out a pained, guttural noise. Why are you like this? I hate you, Alice! She clenched her chest again and glared at me with murky, watery eyes. Why are you like this? I had no answer. She had a conflicted, wobbly frown. You're contradictory. You're contradictory, cruel and kind. You've messed up, Alice, just choose one thing, and B, you heard this woman. I like you, but I also hate you. I also liked her. I loved her. I became enraged. You're a useless freeloader who just came to bother me and wasted his face. I became flustered. For Alice, who always accompanied me, and extended a hand to me. The Hatter began to cry. You're the Red Queen! Monster killer. Monster killer. I hate you. She yelled. She cried, furious tears running down her cheeks. Why couldn't you have probably just died? I killed you. You're the same thing as the Red Queen. You shouldn't have come back, you. She picked up a teacup, threw it at me, smashed me right in the face, right in the forehead. I then went back. Hot tea spilled down on me, mixing with the blood that came from the slight, simple flesh wound. The cup itself, it's shattered into tiny pieces onto the ground. Go away! Go away! She grabbed the bloody hammer from the table and flung it, missing me by a far margin. It walloped through the air, spitting and lodged itself deeply into a tree. Behind me, my blood was still on the metal face. Tell me who you're supposed to be. I'm Alice. I am Alice. The Hatter raised an eyebrow. The Red Queen and I are one and the same. But I am Alice. Her essence is intertwined with mine. But I am me, and me alone. I'm scared of the idea that we could become the same. I never want to become someone like her. An empty heart, an empty life. Even as she flashed out at the rest of the world, she's still empty. Admittedly, I'm also no good. I'm a heartless person who hurts others as well, but I hold just two certainties. I'm Alice. Alice is me. As for who I am, Alice, you are the person who took my heart. It's okay to say I'm Alice. Is it okay to say I'm Alice? I nervously fiddle with my fingers behind my back, looking at the Hatter as my heart raced. I couldn't read her expression behind those mismatched eyes. She wiped her eyes with her sleeves, opening her mouth time and time again. She seemed to have trouble finding her words. I like Alice. I like the Alice who was Alice. The Red Queen scares me, but if you would let me believe it, I want to believe that you are Alice. She made a tired frown, brows furrowed, upset. Ever since Martian Dormouse left, time has stopped at tea time. And a curse! I'm tired of tea. She cried out. Is my life just for revenge of the Red Queen? She looked up the sky as if lost. The Red Queen is dead. Timberly, mouthing the words slowly again, she seemed to convince herself that reality, and she looked back towards me. She gave me a somber smile. Alice? You are Alice. That smile disappeared as quickly as it came. She looked flustered now. Her voice grew small and she gazed downward to her feet. I've hurt you. I know. I extended a hand towards her. She who was all alone. She who was all alone. She who stood so far yet so close. I wanted her to take my hand. We were both problem children. Perhaps I was a little mad. She slowly walked before me, looking at my hands as if seeing something foreign. Raised her brows a bit. Lifting her arms up, she reached out her hands shakily. Her fingers trembled, hovered over my hands. For a moment, she retracted her hand. She placed her hand in mine. I love you, Hatter. Hand holding. Hand holding. Hand holding, that's kind of lewd. That's so lewd. Hand holding is lewd. Alice? She stared at me. Trying to ascertain the truth in my words. The deep, shaky breath. She gave me her response. She smiled. I love you too. Would you come to me for a dance? Give me a kiss? Make me happy? She asked of me just 3 things. I can't make you happy. I wish that I could fulfill all 3 of her requests. A physical item or a physical deed, those I could simply accomplish. But one of the heart. I knew not if I could. I don't know if we can make each other happy. But I placed a kiss upon her lips. She frowned. That's fine. Even if I have no ability to promise such things. I want to let you be happy. You're my dearest, precious person. Hatter smiled somberly. I want you to be happy, Alice. That makes me happy. She looked at me fondly. Not like this. Not just like this. More so. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's cute. Yay. I took her hand and we danced onto the table. Atop the table. Sitting about, our feet tangled with the tablecloth and tea set strewn about. She pulled her hat off for a moment, looking at each other. Sad smile. Hatter, if the world were to end tomorrow, what would you do? I have nothing left here for me, Alice. So suppose I would do nothing. You're still right here with me, aren't you? She was so light. I wish I could show you my world. It's not a particularly spectacular world. Rather it's utterly unfantastical. Yet there were things that I liked. Maybe my siblings are better. Do cats? Do you care for cats at all? I would have loved that. I pulled her along, leading the mad dance with no music. We moved to the erratic tempo of our hearts together. Alice? Why did you fall in love with me? Maybe it was just fate. Maybe it was just luck. Meeting you time and time again, here I grew fonder and fonder of you. At first I simply thought you were lonely. But eventually I fell in love with you. Your heart. Love Never known about love before. I'm not sure if I can truly explain why my heart beats as it does for you, Hatter. And that aside, you're cute. You cook and sew and brew good tea, you're warm. You're actually rather kind. About me. I should ask that of you instead. Happiness. Probably we had no such fate. But we wished for it. Finally, we fell. Falling, falling. We were falling down this rabbit hole, no start, nor end. We were falling together. I knew not where we were falling, for there were no more Wonderlands for us to fall to. That world we fell from had been the very last iteration. I embraced the Hatter and closed my eyes. How warm she was, the person who I treasured. I only asked for a world where we could be happy together. Surely, we could meet again in a land much more wonderful than this. Somewhere, sometime, surely. That was fucking cute. That was gay. A good game. 8, 8, 8, and pachi, 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 pachi. I always get thrown out. I was like, oh yes, 8. Pachi, 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 pachi. Yes, clap. That's Japanese. Yes. Always took me a second to realize what that means, because I'm not accustomed to that. Ah, the game. It's over. Can't believe it. Yes, party, or just hati. Hati, because if you're cringe, and just says the word 8, the number 8 over and over again. Hi. It's over. Alice ending. What? Alice? Ending? Not. Weird. Labeled Alice. Interesting. Gallery. Cut-ins. CDs. Missing one. yes, okay. That was a good game. Very fun, very lovely, very lovely. Very good game. Next, can't believe it. I knew this was a one stream. It was like this gonna be a one and gun because it took me longer to do this one than I did the first time. I think so. I took more breaks than I did before. It was probably took a bit longer reading. Probably I don't know. I think I took more breaks than I did the last time I played it. Probably, most likely. All right, let's do a quick look around. If I can't find anyone, it'd be very sad. Anyone of interest? Let's have a quick look over here before we do anything. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate you, Possum. Thanks for sticking around. I like to find, as usual, I'll find a new game to stream next week. I might just roll a dice and choose one of the ones I proposed for myself. as you know, as the schedule says, tomorrow, roughly around the same time as the stream started, I'll be doing more grist. Grist? No, grist. No T. Grist. Singular. Grist. No, grist. Grist. Yes, grist. I'll be doing more grist, the very lovely game. I'm excited to do more of that. Very, very fun. No, not grist. Not grits. A very fun, very nice, calm game. Do a quick look around. Anything of interest? Anyone of interest? Quickly checking. Anyone I'm interested in streaming right now. No one I know is streaming, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, no one I know is streaming, which is a shame, I'd say. A real shame. Do a quick look. Maybe I can maybe. Friends streaming? Probably not. I wish that there's people I have friended, I'm friends with, who I don't follow on Twitter, on Twitch. I mean, for the just the laws of I'm your friend. I don't follow you though, because lol. Why not? It's funny to not follow your friends on Twitch. It's a fun thing to do. Let's see. Quick look around. Anyone playing A-Long games that you know of? Possum, you're the A-Long go-to person. Apparently, you love A-Long games nonstop. I love them too. The only one I follow on Twitch is PVH. No A-Long or Bell House. Big sad. Big sad. Maybe someone up here. It's a shame no one I know is streaming though. It's always a sad time when no one you know is streaming. You're ending soon. Let's see what you're up to. Random person doing arts. Thanks for the head pats, Possum. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's see. We're gonna rate this random person doing art because why not? Art's very nice and calm. Wait, not yet. I almost forgot. I owe y'all the usual. Gotta back the fuck up. Gotta push my chair away. Gotta back the fuck up. Oh, my legs are in pain. My legs are gonna be in more pain anyway. To back the fuck up. Mimo, you can sit out for a minute. Mimo does not need to subject herself to the wild stylings of me existing, doing my punishments. Back up. And back up IRL. Get reposition. Alright, we got 6. Not bad. A decent number. Shark plush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Nope, all done. Pull my chair back towards me. Load. 3, 6. Hair out of me. Alright, let's hit Alt 8. Yes. Alt 8. I know my keybinds. Yes, my keybinds. Anyways, and with that, stream done. Thanks for hanging out. Awesome, everyone. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for stopping by, everyone around, everyone here. I see my friends on voice chat ready for Valorant. So, tomorrow, around 3 p.m. EST, we're doing my grist, a nice comfy platform with great music and great visuals. Hope you all had a lovely time. I'm gonna start the raid before I continue talking. Where am I? Who are you? Who are you again? What's your name? Where's your name? Where's your name? Is that the person? Yes, that's the person. Alright, thank you all for coming by. Yes, top one is for sub, bottom one is for if you're not subbed. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. If not, that's fair. As usual, if tomorrow's random game, I have backlogged, and then Saturday would be more time engaged. Bye bye.
Allow me to transfix you.